Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming today to the Roundtable for the New Digital Design Forum, and thanks to everyone who's watching us on streaming platforms, Bilibili and YouTube. I'm Yuting, I'm the host today. Before introducing this event, I'd like to thank everyone who participated to make it happen. A lot of our friends from Leifeng Global Knowledge keep following the forum on WeChat and Instagram, Weibo, some platforms, since we just had a rough idea 3 months ago. It is a pretty short time to bring out this roundtable seminar, but we make it. With strong support from active and kind collaborations with our guests and a lot of help from our volunteers. So thanks again to everyone. Hope you have a great time tonight. At first, our three curators, Hu Peng, Liu Xin, and I will introduce ourselves. Let's welcome Hu Peng.
Thank you, Yuting. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good evening. Welcome, everyone, to our discussion tonight. I'm Hu Peng, one of the curators of New Digital Design Online Forum. Frankly speaking, I'm a little bit excited now because the small idea about this forum finally, after 2 months, become a real online exhibition. And okay, I'm the co-founder of Mark to Meta project, which is an architect plus metaverse group. I'm also a cross-reality designer, VR artist, and game architecture designer. I'm currently working as a game architect for MiHoYo, a very amazing company in China. And last, thank you all for being here. Let us welcome our other two amazing, strong, super creators, Yuting and Liu Xin.
Hello, everyone. This is Liu Xin. I am a designer, director, and digital artist currently studying at Harvard University Graduate School of Design. I work on various mediums such as architecture, multimedia installations, motion graphics, mixed realities, and 3D scans. I'm very excited to meet a lot of friends here, and there are a lot of like-minded designers and artists in our guest list that I've been following for many years, and it's very excited to meet all these friends. And currently, I'm working with my studio in collaboration with Yuting called Play.work, and we try to fuse in the digital and physical in order to create a perceptual experience with spaces, objects, and screens. Okay.
It's a little bit embarrassing to introduce myself. I'm an artist, 3D artist, installation designer, and sound designer. I graduated from SunArc and Columbia University, and recently my work is trying to focus on blur the boundary of the digital and the physical world, and try to put it back to the architectural space. Thank you, so guys. What's more, we will thanks to Global Knowledge Leifeng platform who always support us to organize and hold the event. I'm so honored to introduce this international organization based in China to you. The Global Knowledge Leifeng is a non-profit educational organization initiated by Professor Zhou Rong from Tsinghua University, which aimed to spread professional knowledge and information in arts and humanities, especially in the realm of architecture. We believe in daily efforts, selfless dedication, and contribution. The latest ideas could be brought from worldwide to the students and scholars in China while breaking the language and the regional barriers. Let's invite our chief editor, Global Knowledge Leifeng, the powerful lady, Flower Sister, to have a quick speech to us. Welcome.
Thank you, Yuting. Hi, everybody. I'm Flora Li, Chief Editor of Global Knowledge Leifeng. We have been working on academic contents translation and production for 4 years, and we have over 1,000 academic volunteers all over the world. It is our great honor to have such a chance to organize this forum. Thank you all for coming. This forum is not possible without the excellent curating jobs of Liu Xin, Hu Peng, Yuting, and many volunteers. And thanks to our team member Amber, Beijia, Cai Cai, Danning, Jasmine, Qifan, Yibo, Liu Jing, Zhan Yuan, Jinglin, Siling, Zhijian, Sophia, 子叶、浩恒、月华、田胜、怡然、易磊、Yolanda、宇阳、浩周、佩珊、世龙、康夫 and special thanks to 易博、月华、志坚 and 易群 and thank you all for your great jobs and we're very exciting for the following forum. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we want to tell the audience, if you are interested in this knowledge sharing platform, please feel free to connect with us. Okay, then we'll go to our new design platform. In the past few weeks, our curators and volunteers connect with our guests frequently. We are so excited that you are interested in our new digital design. The new digital design forum focuses on phygital and post-digital. It is a series of events that discusses the new meaning, future impact, and a novel application of digital in design. The topics are transdisciplinary, including architecture, art, fashion, motion graphics, business, etc. New digital design can be any design strategy or method that is not constrained in the past digital age. The participants include architecture and design professors, designers, and digital artists in practice and industrypreneurs. Then we will have 4 roundtable seminars about art, theory, and business, an exhibition, a workshop, and article translation activities. So if you are interested in the event, please follow our official account. Today, we are having the first roundtable seminar, Digital Creators from Art, Fashion, and Motion Pictures. The digital world opens up a whole plethora of creative languages, and artists have never stopped seeking their narratives by exploring their ideas, methods, and materials. In this forum, exceptional digital creators from all walks of life, both local and international, will offer a kaleidoscope into a digital sphere. From the perspectives of art, fashion, and living image fields, the audience will explore with the artists and the boundaries and the meanings of the never-defined new digital art. And today we will have 7 extremely talented and cool artists online with us. They are Maik from CATK Berlin, standing for Colors and the Kids. Wang Jing, the artist. Hernan, researcher and designer. Yang, visual artist. Liu Xin, designer, director. Davide Quayola, artist. And Yambo Dissrup, motion designer and the metaverse creator. Welcome. Then I'll quickly start to tell you guys the schedule of the day. We will have 2 sessions with a break. In the first session, each guest will give us a personal presentation. Then we will have a short break. The second session, we will have a free discussion, so everyone can ask questions and talk with our guests. Then let's start with the personal presentation of our guests. We start with CATK. Maik, are you ready to share?
Yes, I'm going to share screen.
Yeah.
So, hello guys. Before I start to speak, I'm going to show you a quick glimpse. So this is Maik from CATK, and which stands for Colors and the Kids, as you already said. And first of all, thanks so much for inviting us, and it's a pleasure to be here and show our work. And I'm gonna talk a bit about the studio and show you kind of like, I'm going to start with a really old project. I'm going to go to one of the newest projects, just so you get a press of the work that we do. So then afterwards, we will talk more about some things. So basically, Colors in the Kids, we wanted to have a name that incorporated something with colors, because we're all big fans of the variety colors offer. And then we came across a song from Cat Power, Elisabeth specifically, and which is called Colors and the Kids. And she talks in the song about that just the colors and the kids can save her. And we really love that concept. So we adopted that name. And basically the studio was founded by three. Everybody else is on holidays, so it's just me today doing the presentation, and it's Elisabeth and Sebastian, which are the co-founders. Then we have another partner, which is Ines. She's doing the music. And then we have a great team, which consists of Ronnie, Lucas, and Dasha, which are probably watching. So, and when we started the studio, we always ended our presentations with there's more to explore, which we kind of like took as a gateway into the ending of a presentation, that there's always something that could be added, you know. So there's a lively discussion between us and the people we're working with and collaborating with. So we always tried to find a level of a very collaborative level, so that it's a vivid discussion between us and the people we're working with. And it's not just that somebody comes to us and says like, okay, we have this problem, but more like an ongoing discussion. And I want to start with an old project, which is now 10 years old, because that was really one of our projects that really initiated the studio globally. And we had the pleasure to work with Wolf Olens, which we met by chance in New York, and they really liked our work. And then we did some smaller projects, and then they approached us to with the opportunity to work on the packaging for Windows 8, which 10 years ago, it was still a thing to have some packaging. And was such a great project, because it's also kind of like it underlines our way of working. And we always tried to get more projects in that way, because we had like half a year to work with them on a set of images that they used for the packaging. Back then, Pentagram also redesigned the logo for Windows, which before was more like a flag instead of a window. And what they wanted to achieve was that you look through the window and see something else. And initially they planned to work with a variety of artists, but then they said like, okay, you can probably deliver also a diverse range of images. And we created really so many images. And in the end, they ended up with 10 different ones for the different versions of Windows. And it was really great to see the work so widespread. We used a variety of approaches and mixed media, different tools. So basically the only limitation was kind of like that they had like a brand color palette that we needed to stay in. So all the different images, they have a different variety of color schemes. And we really loved that we got away with those images, and that they went for it, which we thought was really brave. So because it's not their standard landscape, what they had been using before. And so it was a bit more wild. And seeing then the unpacking images of the Windows 8 packaging was quite fun. Some people commented, whoa, that's crazy, quite trippy. And so we really like that. And I'm showing this because it's, you know, it's you can do great work, but sometimes it's really important that that you do the right job at the right time. And that project definitely helped us to establish us in the States, from where we got then consecutive jobs, and also met a lot of great people within Wolf Olens that ventured then elsewhere. This, for example, was the hero packaging, the hero images for the release. We also created an animation for that, which comes next. So yeah, I said it was 10 years ago, and the next one is just I'm gonna shorten it a bit, but it's just to show you how much work went into the few images we just saw before, because we had like a couple of months, and was like a lot of image research and a lot of what can we do, and so it's just a montage of the process, the files that we work on. And there were so many themes that we explored and then refined and went back into. And we decided early on, okay, that direction is a direction we should follow. Oh, this direction, maybe not so. Yeah, you can see it's so much. And in the end, always it looks quite simple, one image, but I think it's like, even though maybe one image was simple to create, there were so many other ones that were disregarded, and so many others ideas there that were disregarded just to get to the result. And also for such a big project, you have so many players in play that everybody has to agree on. Quite interesting to work on something like this. So the next project is also a bit older, but it's kind of like it's one of our different fields that we work in, which we like to call new photography. We're all coming from different fields within design, music, and art, and everything. So there are many interests, and photography always was kind of like one that was really important to us. And this is for a local spec brand, local classes brand that is here in Berlin, and they approached us to create images for their new line. And what we love about it, that we can also create the mood for those product launches, and they prepare the classes with a special material which is called nylon, which is like a granular material, and they laser print their frames. So we took that material and researched a bit on it and built the environments based on the material they're using for the classes. So, and we love that we work digitally, where we can kind of like, take the physical components that they really use to create the product, and then take them for a spin and create something new, but are not bound to the physical restrictions that we have. So for us, this is really product photography, and that's why we call it new photography, because we're able to build the set within the computer and place the product and the objects in a different way than you would be normally able practically. So we really love to play at that intersection. Is it real? Is it not real? And sometimes people, they ask us, did you photograph that, or did you CGI. And it was really interesting because for them, it was also the first CGI campaign they did. So everything in the computer, and they were like, wow, that is possible. That is possible. I mean, and that was now like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and the results are even better. And you can see already the jump like from Windows, which was 10 years ago, and the engines in the computer, the render engines, how much they improved until today. It's always good to be able to play around, digitally, where we can kind of like come up with different perspectives that don't need to put on strings on the product. And back in the day, we did this as well. We worked a lot for music and did a lot of music covers, and then sometimes we built something, and then you had to attach all the strings to make it work practically, and then you have to retouch it. And so it's quite nice that you can do that now. Everything digitally, and it looks real. Another project is like from 2 years ago is Virgin Media, where we worked on a campaign in Great Britain, a global campaign to launch Virgin Media as a new service for broadband, telephone, and TV. And of course, we had to use their brand color, which is oversaturated red. But it was quite fun to work with that. And we came up with the concept that you have like the broadband and the TV and the mobile, and those three are represented as three strings. And that project is for us, for example, is one where we really built a system in software where we could easily change the shape, and we had them over here for a meeting, and then we had a couple of sliders because it was built in software where we could change like all the splines, so that we got something together in a very fast and flexible way. And that one represented mobile, for example, the one before TV, and then they were all brought together. But it was also nice because it was a project that was printed all over Great Britain, and so it was quite fun to see this project up there. And they even painted it, so it was quite funny. It was created, in the virtual realm, and then got translated to proper paint on a building. The next one is a research project, because that is really important for us. Having the commercial projects is really nice, but we really need to do our self-initiated research projects, because a lot of the stuff that we do commercially, we take out from the research projects, and if a commercial project comes along, then it's good always to have like a self-initiated research project, and where we can draw ideas from. Rooms, for example, is one that was developed within the span of like 4 years or something like this, because of course we always have to see when there's time to work on something like this. But it was a project that dealt with AI, and algorithms and semi-supervised systems, how we call them, where you have like the computer is doing like a certain part, and you just feed a couple of parameters and then see where it leads you. And basically that was a project about growth, and we wanted to see where it could take us, and visually as well, and combine the different techniques. So it's always very nice to have a research project where you can just do what you want after the commercial projects, because in commercial projects there's always feedback and you have to deal with that. So it's now and then very good to just do what you feel is right. And also we create a lot of music, and with the music for this one, So it's where those fields are really coming together, you know. And the next one is IBM security, and that links into the research, you know, because we've been working a lot of with IBM over the years, and it's such a great relationship and collaboration. And then we start out a project with them, and sometimes it's just to explore like overarching idea they have, and to see where it could lead us to exploration. You know, sometimes our project starts with a 2-week exploration phase where we kind of like just have a brainstorming with the team and work on something, and take this as an input for the production work. And this is something to show you here because, as I said, exploration is so important for us. And the first clip, it's just 2 minutes. That's how it started. Basically, we started from the idea for their security branch about the Aurora Borealis, and we interpreted that natural phenomenon and gave design input, which is the next clip. yeah, we created also the music for this, specifically Ines did, and for us it's always important to give them kind of like an overall feeling, and that works really well for us when we can take care as well of the music, because it draws them in more and they can understand more our feelings towards a project, and we think that is really important, because it's it gives you more than just if you would just deliver a visual, and especially for those exploration things which lead then to something else. It's sometimes really good to set a certain mood. And we started from there and then developed the idea that the aurora would become just a very layered pattern. Those were the actual assets that we created then. Just four of them, just to show you how the process is. Because through the video and through our discussions, we decided that it comes just when you need it, and we developed such a large set of patterns and different techniques, and those are just a couple. Also, super simple gradient that was the result from the first explorations, which was used throughout the grand system. The next one is also a research project, and here I'm going to just show you a couple of stills. You can see the whole project on the website, but the film is 5 minutes, and this is something we just finished this year. So as said, we love to work on research projects, and there was a project about liquids, about heating liquids and bringing them to a different form, and how they move and how it behaves and how it works with different shaders, different materialities. So it's really nice to watch. It's kind of like a meditation, because it's 5 minutes long, and also the videos, I think, is a bit choppy through the video chat. So watch it on our website. Watch it in 4K. It's quite nice. Also created sound for that one. We really love the moments in between, what happens with the forms, and when they merge with the liquid. It's kind of like the music that is sometimes in between the actual notes, as Miles Davis said. So it's also kind of like what happens between. Yeah, it led to really great visual results. And that is the last project, which is also the latest, and it's probably for every studio. It was kind of like tricky to adjust to the pandemic, because since over a year ago we all work remote, and but it also led to new ways of working, and we had the pleasure to collaborate with TV2 in Norway and Bold Scandinavia as an agency, and Bold did the rebranding for the TV channel, and they asked us to work on the idents. The idents are kind of like short clips that play between advertising or before the news comes in, or between programs. So, and the good thing was that we got a really larger team together. We had a couple of people from all over the world to work on this, and yeah, because we were so experienced now working with over 1 year remotely, that we said like, okay, that's great. We can use that to our advantage. And the concept for those idents was kind of like to always bring two different views together that are forming like a unique perspective. So those two belong together. So basically we shifted always from one scene to another and tried to have a nice idea. Like the cloud berries, which are very, very typical for Norway. This is shifting to a car. So we wanted to make sure that the viewer, that they get the connection, but it's not always so obvious, Here we have an egg, and then we have a pancake. Some shapes forming dinosaur out of shapes. The Oslo Opera belonging to that one. It's a spider web, which is for us some strings in the violin. Geometry, which actually turns to sport. And here's the short reel of the guidance. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Although this is not my first time to watch your work, it's still like feel super excited to see this like unbelievable, fabulous materialities, the colors, the forms, everything that you make. I don't know what to express my feelings. And we have already received a lot of questions from our audience, but we will start our question and answer session in the second session. Please wait for a little time, and let's move on to the second guest, Wang Jing. Wang Jing is a established artist and seek unique creative expressions in the past 20 years with a sprawling range of with artistic forms such as operas, drama, dances, and musicals. Welcome, Wang Jing.
Hello, everyone, and thank you inviting me to join this platform. Because I'm the theater practitioner and also work in the theater and performance as a scenography and director. And I graduated from the Royal Central School Speech and Drama in the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama in London. And now I'm in the Cambridge University. My research is in the digital space and performance. So today, my presentation will focus on. So just a moment, I will share the. Just a moment. Yeah. Okay, today I would like to share the new media in the theater performance and installation. And because during the limited time, I can't share all of them. So I just choose some of the artists and the director and just to give some idea about what had happened in the theater performance arts and installation by the new media language. And so firstly, I would like to give some short information about the historic background in this area, what had happened in the theater and performance. So if we want to talk about Wagner's, if we want to talk about new media in the performance, we should start from the Wagner's total of arts in the mid and late 19th century, and because the digital performance into the theoretical trajectory, which begins with Wagner's total of the arts. And then we can move to the 20th century avant-garde. And then we can see the invasion of the digital and cybernetic technology happen, which is in the post-Second World War period of the late 1940s. And because this is like a historic line, then we can know what had happened in the technology and also how to influence in the theater and performance arts. And from the late 20th century modernism, and then we go to the intervention of the World Wide Web in the early 1990s. Then we come to the 21st century, because in the theater arts, performance arts, we call it is post-drama period. So first, the artist I want to introduce Sophie Joseph Swoboda, and actually he is an architect and also he's a scenography, and because he said architect as scenography. Joseph Swoboda was a jazz artist and scenography, and he considered himself a scenography rather than a designer. And we can return to the historic moment, because he chose show a more holistic architecture, no naturalistic approach to design. His multimedia installation, Letter Maik and Polycara, present on the occasion of the Expo 58 in Brazil. Then we can know in the history what had happened in the theater, in the performance. The artist used a new media. So, and these productions introduced the combination of the live actor. You can see in the 1958, this new media has happened in the stage, and the combination of the live actors and the filmed projections. This is live actor and also the projections. And Swoboda is also responsible for introducing modern technologies and materials such as the plastics. This project is present in Milan and 1989. And in that period, the Swoboda used projection and lighting and different material as well to present the theater story. And so you can say Swoboda created one of his best known special efforts, a three-dimensional palette of lights. Then this production is come from the Gerder's famous pieces, which is Faust. So I think many audience will know about this. Then we can come to the Nanjing Ping and technology as performance. And why I share his pieces, because he's very, very important artist for the performance arts and also significant influence to the theater arts as well. as people know, and he was a Korean American artist. He worked with a variety of media and is considered to be a founder of the video arts. And he's credited with the first use of the term electronic superhighway to describe the future of telecommunication. So firstly, we talk about his pieces. And TV Buddha is a video sculpture with the first produced in 1974. In the work, Buddha statue watches an image of itself on a TV screen. The TV's image is produced by a live video camera and trained on the Buddha statue. The work was produced to a fill gap in the 1974 exhibition at Gallery Bonneux in New York. So then we can look at his other pieces is a TV garden. And in the 1974, his pieces use lots of technology and new media. And his pieces definitely influenced lots of the European theater artists. So this is why he's really, really important for us. And this is why I want to share his work in today. And also this is another one. It's like trolley superhighway and use constructed of 336 televisions and 50 DVD players, 3,750 feet of the cable, and 575 feet of the multicolored non-tubing, as a testament to the ways media defined one man's understanding of the diverse nation. And the next artist, I want to share the very well-known American theater director and also his architect and also playwright and Robert Wilson. I think maybe people know him and because he did lots of projects in the theater and also installation as well. And Robert Wilson is an American experimental theater director and playwright. Sometimes he also performing as well. And also he has also worked as a choreographer, performer, painter, sculptor, video artist, and sound and lighting designer. And his influence on the theater has changed the understanding of what contemporary theater might be. One of the most influential and acclaimed artists in the world, and bring his own unique approach to the material. And I want to share very important his new media languages about lights, because the manipulation of lights is central to the Wilson's scenography. He says, light is the most important part of theater. How it reveals object, how object change when light change, how light creates space, how space changes when light change. I paint, I build, I compose with light. Light is a magical word. So we can see his production. This is Odyssey, which premiered in 2012. You can see this lights is a very digital lights equipment to painting on the stage, and also he used some of the a projection on stage as well. So next artist, I want to share the Lauren Anderson's works, and because her digital music is as performance. So, Lauren Philip Anderson is American avant-garde artist and composer, musician, and film director whose work spans performance arts and pop music and multimedia projects. Initially trained in the violin and sculpting, Anderson purposed a variety of performance arts projects in New York during the 1970s, focusing particularly on language, technology, and visual imagery. She became more widely known outside the art world when her scene All Superman reached the number 2 on the UK single chart in the 1981. And also his opinion in the electronic music, because she is very good at using electronic equipment and new media to present her work by musical language. We can say this piece is premiered in 1983. In that period, she used she shares, when I began to write the United States, these pieces, and I thought of it was a portrait of the country. Gradually, I realized it was really a description of any technological society and of people attempted to live in an electronic world. And in that moment, she thinking, we start to live in an electronic world. Because for the theater artist and performance artist, we are not just use the new technology, but we're also thinking how to use the new technology to present our life. So this is why today my presentation is not just to focus about the new media language, it's also focus about how the new media language change our life. And because the theater people is always thinking about humanity, and it's about the physical world and also the technology as well. She is a very amazing artist. She's amazing artist. This is her last project is a VR project, which premiered in the Venice Film Festival last year. 2 years ago. Chalk Room. And Chalk Room is a virtual reality work by Lauren Anderson, and another Taiwanese artist is Qin Cheng Huang, in which the reader films through an enormous structure made of the words, the drawings, and the stories. Once you enter, you are free to roam and fly. Words sail through the air as emails. They fall into dust. They form and reform. So this is about the Lawrence pieces. Next one, I would like to share the Robert Lepage. Robert Lepage is for him, the space and projection as the main language. And he is a well-known the French Canadian theater maker, and as a writer, director, and performer as well. In 1994, he founded Maik Chen, the company, theater company. And this company is focused on the multidisciplinary production. And his work combines seductive storytelling with the visual transformation. These pieces, Needles and Opium, which premiered in 1991. And this is inspiration from the life of John Cocteau. It first seen in 1981. The original production was legendary, give an entire generation of theater a new version of what theater could be. For example, Robert Lepage used to use the space to present a story. In these pieces, he uses just a box, and the box can be served into different angle, and also use some the new media language, for example, the projection and the lighting as well. And using this in that period is a really new technology in the theater. So he has reimagined it for the next generation from these pieces. And in a production that still profoundly assert the twin source of the Lepage's theatrical genres, his unique gift for the matching sinuous image to the contemporary source. You can see the performers is follow the space and turn around, and also connect to the image as well. And also they had used some of the film, the projection in these pieces, and connect to the live projection as well. Okay, next one I would like to share the Wooster Group. It is an experimental theater company. The Wooster Group is a New York-based experimental theater company known for creating numerous original dramatic works. It gradually emerged from Richard Schicker's The Performance Group during the period from the 1975 to 1980, and took its name in the 1980s. In these pieces is a Hamlet. I think everybody know about Hamlet. It's a Shakespeare's well-known pieces. But in these pieces, they mixed lots of new language. For example, the director was recorded. They recorded the live performance from the 17 camera, the camera in a different space to live record the performance during the performance as well, and edit into a film and to show a special event for only 2 days. Nearly 1,000 movie house across the UK, This is very important pieces in the theater performance history, because in that period, is 1964, they used the new technology and the new media to present the Shakespeare's pieces. For example, the Hamlet. This is really first time to do it. Then I would like to share. Yeah, I think everybody maybe know this artist, Steinach, and the body as a media. As a performance artist, he used to use his own body as performance, and also as a media, as a material. And we can see, and he is a Cyprus-born Australian performance artist whose works focus heavily on extending the capability of the human body. Until 2007, he held the position of the principal research fellow in the Performance Arts Digital Research Unit at Nottingham Trent University, England. His servant further his research at Curtin University in Western Australia. His performance often involve robotics or other related modern technology integrated with his body. You can see lots of the robot equipment and connect to his body, and also use this language to present his performance. And these pieces, which premiered in 2015, and this is the internet in-label performance that explored the physiological and aesthetical experience of a fragmented, distracted, and involuntary body. These very important pieces from him, and also I think maybe people know about another pieces is from Ear. This is a recent production by him. The ears on robot arms, a body on robot arms. You can see. Actually, and he is a very important artist in the 21st century, because he explored lots of the new technology in the performance, and also use the robot, AI, and different technologies, language into his performance. Another one I would like to share is a very famous, well-known Australian dance company, and Trunk Move. And this is a new media's age. I think people maybe know his work well, and because they use the body and connect to the data, and also use the projection to present their performance as well. Check Move is an Australian contemporary dance company. The company's work is diverse, has included stage, new media, and installation works. Their fascination with new technology and contemporary method came to the characteristic and the company's works like this one, the Merchant Engine, which is premiered 2010, is around 12 years ago. Actually, we can see, and new media in the theater has happened many years ago, not just recently. This pieces, we can see the creation of the set, and in which projection responded in the real time to the dance movement. another word such as this one. They use the data as well to connect their body movement. And also they use some space to create their dance as well. And yeah, we can move to Ivan Hof. I think he is a very known the European artist, and he used the projection, and for him the projection become the material reality. We can see his recent. This is Antonioni project, which premiered 2009, and Ivan Hof is a Belgian theater director, known as his off-Broadway avant-garde experimental theater production. And in this project, I would like to share and simultaneously filmed. So firstly, you can see they have lots of live filmed in the theater. It's not like a traditional theater because they are filming the performance and living performance as well at the same time. So this is like a mixed language together. Today, because I just have limited time, I can't show too much about virtual space in the performance arts, but I just share the new media in the performance arts. And maybe next time I can share more about the virtual space in the performance arts. But now I want to share these pieces is about they can see, audience can see all the stuff at the same time as well. And the multi-perspective is like a 多视角. It's like Chinese language, 多视角. But normally in the traditional theater, we just have the one angle, one view. But in his pieces, we can use different view as well. Multi-perspective provide intimate and with thorough insight into the lives of the key characters depicted in the films, as he rested with his emotions in jargon and his passion and research for the truth. So next one is his pieces about Kings of War. This very important pieces from this director. Kings of War is combines Henry VI, Henry V, and Richard III into a single explosive play about leadership. All these kings come from the Shakespeare's play, and in these pieces they want to talk about leadership. And Shakespeare's king are political leader who come face to face with the ultimate responsibility. They must take the life or death decision of whether to go to war. Shakespeare draws us into the psychology of the rulers, while also revealing the machination of their countries and adversaries. Kings of the War play lays bare the mechanism of the decision making in time of the political crisis, exposing the dichotomy between national interest and self-importance. So this is about I would like to share the new media in the theater performance arts and installation. And the next one I would like to share, this is his pieces. So next one, I want to share some pieces from myself and my design studio, because I set up my design studio in Cambridge in 2014. My studio is focused on the performance arts theater project and installation as well. And recently, I use the new technology in my pieces as well. I would like to share some part of. This is the dance, and I designed in the 2019, which premiered in the Shenzhen Grand Theater. We use the digital lighting equipment. You can see this one, and also the digital, the projection as well, and connect to the contemporary dance. And this is my very wonderful experience to use the new media in the theater. So it's really interesting because sometimes the performer is, especially for the Chinese performer, they are not used to how to keep dialogue with the new media. Because for theater person, we can't just thinking about technology by one side. On the other side, we should think about the body, the physical body, how to let them to keep dialogue with the new technology, new media as well. So this is a very, very important question for us. Yes, we use a live projection to camera the performer and then rejection on the floor as well, on the law as well. This is opera and the John Robbins opera, which premiered in the 2019 and in the Berlin State Opera House. This is very amazing experience for me because we also use the projection to connect to the physical space and present the opera. It's really interesting. It's still very challenging for the opera singer as well. But anyway, we still want to try different way to present in the theater space. And I would like to just very short to share my experience on the VR during the pandemic in the UK, because I work with my team, the Hu Peng, and he is also a very good designer and architect. We work together and my team as well. But they still not a premiere, and we're still working on it. I just use this famous Chinese poem to present the story by VR language. I hope they will premiere in London soon because we're still suffering the pandemic in London. So this is another one. I work in the VR and the end of time, but I'm so sorry I can't show the final the final image because we're still working on that. So this is my experience recently. So I would like to share to everybody, and thank you for your time to listen. And because my presentation is not just to share my project, is also I want to share something about what had happened in the theater, the performance arts, and the installation by the new media language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Wang Jing. Thank you so much. Actually, we have a very good news is that right now we have over 13,000 audience join to see our streaming. And that's a really big success. And I want to let our audience know that we will have Yang, we will have Liu Xin and Davide Quayola and Yambo and Louis. And the next one, we will welcome Yang. He's an acid CG artist, takes daring ventures into experiments with his unique plans and the central characterization, challenging the boundaries of type and meaning of reality and virtuality. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Yang Rui. It's nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, I'm Jiajun. I'm his friend, and we also collaborate some work before. Because Yang, he doesn't speak English, so I'll translate for him today. Yeah, so it's nice to meet you guys and talk to you guys. So we'll share our screen. Wait a second. Okay, I'll start from the introduction. Yang Rui is a 3D visual artist. I've known him since last year, and most of his work are focusing on 3D visual art and digital virtual photography, 3D scan, etc. He's very young and has lots of passion. And he also collaborated with lots of magazines and mediums. He's done lots of design and concept images for them. He's really interested in creating all kinds of images that are inspired by plants and creatures. So we'll go through and introduce all the work he has done. Okay, so next page. He'll speak in Chinese and I'll just translate for him. Okay.
融合植物和拟态植物，就整体我这次给大家来去讲目前在做的一些个人项目的其中3个。首先第一个的话就是它是一个融合植物和拟态植物加上数字生成的一个整体的一个创作形式来去做，根据一些就是我可能个人 inspiration 的一些平时的一些这种构思和想法。
Okay, the first series he combined like a mimic botanic and digital images. Like these 2 elements are like main ideas of his work. So the first he liked to show some inspirations, like where his idea came from. So yeah, these are some inspirations.
就自然植物和微生物的话，就是也是我一直在做，它包括是会有一些很多共生的一些结构在里面，这也是我平时是一直在观察的一些内容，包括它会有很多这种丰富的颜色和一些就是很复杂、很就是随机的一些构成在里面。
So he's really interesting in this like natural microbiotics creatures, and some you can see there's some images that are from the microscope. He's really interested in these structures and these shapes and also colors. These are all what he interested in.
我一开始会去从我的创作过程中的话，会有一些从基础的一些构成的一些结构来去做，就是相当于是有一些 inspiration 的一些这种结构体，一开始会做一些这种很基础的一些模型或者是一些这种灵感来源，去来让我建立出一个自己的一个体系库，包括我会用一些这种生成一些结构来去做一些。
Okay, the first usually when I start a project, I usually just start with some like basic shapes, like you guys can see on the left side. These are some basic shape I created at the like very first stage or at the very earlier stage, and I can explore shapes and the structures at this stage.
就它共生植物的话，也是它会有一些类似于盆栽或者一些就是多生命体的一些结构在里面。就它也是一个，就我一直在拟态共生，也是一个我在做的一个状态。就它会有很多这种结构性的一些延伸在里面。
This series like is kind of like a bonsai, like 就说盆栽怎么植物。It's like inspired from the plants, and something like the plants and the creature, other like they live together and just stay together.
对，就是它结构上的话，也是我经常会有一些这种不同的一些颜色，因为我其实对颜色也是相对来说比较敏感的，我也会用很多这种颜色特别丰富、很对撞的一些颜色来去展示我这个整个系列的一些内容，包括会有很多这种大胆和夸张的一些结构材质在里面，有一些这种可能会很随机的藤蔓，因为我其实在做创作的过程中是一个很随机的一个过程。
Another point interesting is the color of the color, because you can see in these projects I experiment with the color, and also I exaggerate the shapes to make I use lots of like some high saturation, like high contrast color in the image. And another thing is he explored lots of he's done lots of experiments on the shapes. He used lots of very strong shapes and exaggerated shapes to compose the image.
在这个系列中，我也会去做很多就是结构上，包括体积很丰富的一些结构和一些这种就材质上会是很多不同的一些状态和感觉，这也是在我平时的生活和过程中会有这种不同的。
Yeah, this also came from inspired from my life, like it's come from the inspiration I mentioned before. So these are more focused on the structure and the material. I've done also experience based on that. So you can see the structure is more complex, and the materials also.
那就是它其实在一些某种程度来说的话，会有很多这种就是枝干或者是一些结构上的一些这种共生关系，包括它会有一些这种子集的一些关联性在里面，就是它们都属于一种细胞的一些共生关系。
He's also interested in the plants, the structure of the plants, and he also thinks there are some creatures like cells. There's a hierarchy, or there's a structure inside of it. 你可不可以解释下共生？
关联性。
对，你可不可以解释共生？
共生，结构中其实就是有共生关系的话，就是相当于是微生物和一些这种植物体，因为它们本身其实在自然中也是有一定的关联性的。但我想，其实它们在一些某种生物和动物之间的话，也是能有一些这种就是结合在一起的一些关联性，就是骨骼和一些细胞在其中。
He's really interested in the idea like I'll translate in Chinese it's 共生. I translate like live together. So like in the nature, there's a microbiotics, and there's like very little creature live together with plants, and he'd like to show this relationship and this idea also in his work. So you can see there's The structure is kind of like plants, also like skeleton, or it's like bones. And there are some parts that are like cells. So he also use his work to represent this this kind of relationship in the real life.
就可能是也有一些这种骨骼关系和一些这种枝蔓的关联性。我其实觉得就是可能世界上的一些完整的一些完美的东西很多，但我其实想打破这些关系，去做一些很随机、就是构成类的一些这种可能在我每天意想不到的一些东西。
Okay. So in this image, you can really tell there are structures like bones, like a relaxed skeleton. It's like lots of bones. His ideas, there are lots of things in real life. They are complete, they are perfect. But I would like to show the side of incomplete or imperfection. 就是说不完美的之后是啥的？
就是随机从视点有很多不同。
Also it represents a diversity, the diversity of the relationship of the nature.
其中就是
你直接说给。
也之后的话就是一些延伸的一些就持续在创作的一些内容。
This image also also have the same idea, but developed like other forms based on the idea live together and the idea we mentioned before. He also created these images based on this idea and developed more complex forms.
第二个我可能要分享的就是它是一个与杂志之间的一个合作，包括其实我在平时的话也比较喜欢去用一些3D 扫描的一些就是3D 扫描的一些技术来去还原一些实景一些内容来去在数字媒体之间来去制作。
Okay. This series he'd like to share is a collaboration with a magazine Wonderland. In this series, he used a technique 3D scan. In daily life, he's also like to use 3D scan to record and scan the real object around him and from the daily life.
其实，在做一些这种可能稍微偏向商业一些的东西，就是作品之类的话，可能会觉得3D 扫描其实这样技术来去辅助我去表达一些东西，我可能更像是在这个创作中是一个虚拟摄影师的一个身份去来诠释我这一组杂志片。
Yes, in this project is kind of like a commercial object because I want to share this because I think a significant point is in 3D scan, I can be the photographer to place a camera where anywhere I want. So I'm also like a photographer in this project. Oh, this is a short video. He also uses 3D scan to create it. There's a second video.
在这个项目里面，其实我是会让模特去摆一些这种很夸张的一些造型或者是姿势，但其实，在3D里面可以去转换一些不同的角度来去做一些可能在一些静态片里面就是实现不了的一些各种角度的合成。
When I scan this and when like in the when I shoot the model and or scan the model, I ask the model. He asks the model to do some poses that not do some special poses, and when the model turn into the 3D. When the model turns into the 3D and I can place the camera and I can achieve some images that we cannot achieve in 2D, like through the traditional photography. So yeah.
在制作就是扫描或者是一些这种商业的一些杂志片来说的话，我可能会和我之前做一些其他个人项的一些创作有所不同。它整体可能会用一些比较简洁的一些长背景或者是一些空间来去诠释以人物为主的一个视觉手法来去制作。
Yeah. So in this image, I did some like more simple stuff. 你可以再把刚才说，刚说的。Oh yeah. In this image, I tried something different than before. Not that complex a scene and the stage. In this, I create a very clean and simple background, and to do the contrast with the 3D scan figure.
在场景中的话，我也是可能是有一些跟我以前创作中是有一个很大的一个共同点，是我也会去做一些这种很随机、很就是 freestyle 的一些感觉的东西在里面，包括可能会把一些贴图贴到柱子上，或者是一些残碎的碎片混合在我的这个就是模特片里面，就它是一个让我觉得是一个很享受的一个过程。
In these images, I tried something. I take further steps and try something new. Like I place some maps on this column and on this pillar, and I use more of these fragments to compose the scene. In this process, he really enjoys this process to compose this.
他就是大家能看到，其实，在一些就是人物上也会把一些这种可能类似于有一些宗教类的一些形象，可能它也会有一些像雕塑一样的一些感觉在人物后面，也会有一些这种很静态的姿势，其实也是跟我也比较感兴趣的一些这种宗教体系里的一些这种雕塑有关。
In this image is kind of like related to the religion sculpture or the sculpture in the religions. That's also a point he's interesting.
第三个项目的话，就是我分享的也是一个比较个人向的一个创作。其实它也是一个跟我可能一直喜欢的息息相关的一个品牌为主吧。它
是个品
就是一个杂志那个
Oh, it's also inspired. This actually inspired from the fashion brand. It's a deconstruction of the machine. Yeah, it's also what he interested in this. So we'll show this one. So the inspirations from this brand.
对 Kiko 这个品牌，它其实我一直喜欢它点是在于，它会有很多这种运动元素和一些工业、机械、传统内容的一些结合，就是也是我一直比较关注的一个品牌。其实我对他们这个颜色和材质的一些质感，让我就是对我这一项机械数字化结构的一个项目有了一些就是灵感。
This brand, he's really interested in their usage of different elements like mechanical elements, like sports elements. Kiko uses these elements, all these elements together, and Yang finds this is very interesting and very inspiring. So that's actually the first the start of this series.
对，包括它会有，它的下面的一个支线 iFlex，他们也是有一些，机械的结构和一些这种，很干净、很工业的一些质感在里面。它也是平时会拍一些这种很随机的一些，视频内容，但其实我觉得它跟我的一些，平时的一些这种，再去做项目的一些方法，可能有一些关联性。
This brand also used lots of these mechanical elements. So Yang finds it's relative to his own practice. So that's also where the inspiration came from.
我会去用一些可能像平时会很常见的一些各种一些工业器械的一些结构，包括一些车辆或者是摩托车之类的一些就是交通工具去做一些这种我觉得很有趣的一些结构。
Yeah, in this project, I took on the daily transportation like this motorcycle. I deconstructed and reconstructed as his work. Yes.
包括我去跟一些服装品牌去做一些这种跨界的一些合作，就是把一些我基石头的一些视觉内容与一些服装品牌做一些融合，就是
Yeah, this is also a collaboration with a fashion is a clothes brand. So he take his work to combining with the photo and with their brand.
对，那个不错，我刚才也是。包括是有一些这种不同，像一些飞机，它们上面的一些这种结构体和一些各种的一些工具类的一些物体，包括他们是有一些这种贴图，我会去用一些这种随机性的一些方式来去就是赋予贴在他们的一些模型上，会出现这种我觉得就是很一些就是想不到的一些效果。
This start from he took some parts from the plane, the model, 3D model of the plane, and 就是从飞机上下来，然后就是贴图。Yeah, he used the maps because in 3D, we use images as a map to create colors, to place all the colors. So he kind of randomly or displaced or he misplaced these maps into different parts, so it creates some unexpected. So it creates some unexpected images, like
结构上也会有运用一些之前所说的我比较个人喜欢的一些3D 扫描的一些技术来去跟我这一项的一个创作去做一些融合。它会有一些就是很夸张、很不可思议的一些这种表现形式，包括可能会有一些这种车辆的一些堆积，就是有一定的这种
Yeah. In these images, he also used 3D scan, like mentioned before. That's what he's really interesting. It gives the work a kind of exaggeration, like the cars stacked together is, yeah. So that's all for today. Thanks for listening, and really nice to sharing this with you guys. Yeah, we will talk to you guys in the Q&A section. Thank you. Thank you for Okay.
Thank you, Yang, and thank you for Yang's friend. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Can I ask your name?
Jiajun. Yeah, my name is Jiajun.
Yeah, thank you, Jiajun. And yeah. And thanks for sharing so many amazing projects and the behind the scenes secrets. We love to see these secrets actually. Yeah, we will move on to the next artist, Liu Xin, and he will introduce himself.
Okay. All right, I'll share my screen. Hi everyone, my name is Xin Liu, and you can call me Xin if it's helpful for the pronunciation under my name here. I'm a designer, director, and a digital artist. It's such a great honor and pleasure to be here virtually to give a guest presentation to share my work to a lot of talented designers and artists around the world. Today, I would like to have a dialogue around the idea of digital, a world. Wait, my video is stuck. Okay. Today, I would like to have a dialogue around the idea of digital, a world composed of digital and physical. I'll talk about why this title later. Today's session will be quite interactive, so I hope you guys enjoy it and feel free to ask questions. Before diving into the topic, I want to give a quick background on myself. I graduated from Uni of Liverpool in the UK and CATK, majored in architecture, and then currently I'm now a Master in Design Studies candidate at Harvard University, focusing on the media and technology. So as you can see, the left side is an image of 3D scanned version of myself. I call it a digital twin. Since last year, I've been running a creative studio play.work, which has the same website play.work with another curator, Yuting, and other freelancers remotely. Fortunately, I have collaborated with some of the top brands such as Barry, Polestar cars, London Fashion Week, as well as some musicians such as Victor Ma, Ma Boqian, Chris Li, Liu Yixun, to bring my design into their music videos. So today, I'm going to talk about a few projects. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I'll show more work and talk less. I'll show some personal and academic projects, which are quite research-based, and a few commissioned projects, depending on the time. So I think the key points of my work can be described as, for every project, I create customized tools and workflows for that project. And also, there is a common thing in my different projects, which is they all are rooted at the intersection of digital and physical. Because I believe we live in an era of rapid technology change, and it's becoming easier for us to operate new technologies and tools. At the same time, our understanding of technology has become more and more superficial and fashionable. However, the emergence and the initial point of many technology are far more profound and humanistic. Understanding the tools and the techniques we use and respecting their logic and limitations with humanities is the path I choose. So I believe designers of the past generation mainly used ready-made tools, while future designers should invent their own methods and tools. Now let's move on to a few projects. The first one is called the Curiosity. This project asks, is more about creating a customized workflow coupling unrelated physical and digital techniques in order to create new formal expressions. In this project, we scanned building facades with photogrammetry, recomposed the structure samples in computer, and 3D printed them and spray painted by hand. So let's see the project. And in the beginning of the workflow, we scanned a lot of facades in downtown LA. These facades are like our assets, and then we composed this kind of 3D facades into building blocks. As you can see in this digital model, there are a lot of different facades coming from different buildings. This is a 3D rendering of that digital model. As you can see, it retains a lot of details. And we love the imperfection of such model. Then we 3D printed this model like that, block by block. In order to do the spray painting to color it, first we printed some samples in order to test how different colors work with each other physically. So these are the color palette samples made by spray painting on these sample blocks. And then we spray painted this single model unit with masks. This kind of masks are just the tissue papers. And as you can see, there are different joint units with gradient colors. And this is the final physical model after combining these blocks. In this project, we want to ask whether it is the deconstruction of the original building or the reapplication of new materials. The building itself becomes more and more difficult to distinguish. So what is new? What is old? Is it a copying of the original building? What is the creation of myself as a designer? So we think for this project, the key point is to sample real-world materials and then bring them into the digital world, and then manipulate these models in digital world, then bring them back into the physical world to spray painting colors. During this process, information might be changed, but we also created like another layer of originality on it. These images shows different angles of that building, that physical model. As you can see, for example, this part comes from the Broad Museum in downtown Los Angeles. And you can also notice different buildings in this one building block. Let's move on to the next one. This project called the Painted Room. It's about the renaissance of traditional analog painting in the post-digital age. Let me play the video first. In this project, we explored the the process from analog painting to digital painting and how it can change the reading and affect the design of spaces and objects. At first, we explored color combinations and stroke shapes with acrylic and other traditional paints like this. We tested different color combinations and how they affect each other. And then we use a photo to sample the brush strokes. From now we bring them to the digital world. And then in Cinema 4D and Redshift rendering, we created this procedural shader, which can automatically generate 3D painting brushes from a single image, like this. These images are the work in progress image. As you can see, for that shader, it automatically generates dust in concave areas and scratches on convex areas. And after that, we created a kit of assets with furniture being painted digitally, and then composed this interior room. In order to enhance the effect, we also added some single brush strokes like this. And here is actually a mirror. So this is an interior room of that painted room. We also have another video showing the room design. This is a infinite loop video showing the design of the interior, and it's an NFT. Yeah, it's a digital art piece. As you can see, when we compose the 3D renderings and the 2D background, they create a tension between the 3D and 2D because the background is always static and always facing to the camera, which is flat. So it creates an illusion that each frame might be a painting work. So during this process, the original information carried on the analog paint strokes has been shifted, challenging the traditional dualistic relationship between analog and digital. For this part, we combined the different render passes. Such as normal pass, bump normals, depths with the realistic rendering. So as you can see, even the render is photorealistic, but it's a digital render because they are supported by the information like this kind of gray and blue informations. In terms of the design of this interior room, it comes from a Baroque style interior room. So we can select any original model and apply such effect. So next, I'll be talking about the Phygital Supermarket trilogy. It has 3 short films. I'll try to be quick. And you can see the title has a phygital and a supermarket. Phygital is a word phygital is a word that doesn't exist in dictionary. It's a word composed by combining physical and digital. It doesn't have a defined meaning so far, so we can understand it from different perspectives in different projects. For the supermarket, we choose this topic because we can source a lot of different objects from daily life. Supermarket contains a lot of objects that we generally ignored in our daily life, and the supermarket is all over the world. The first project is 3 supermarkets. 3 supermarkets is an infinite loop film with a shopping cart riding across multiple coexisting fictional supermarkets. It explores the hybrid compositing of the emerging physical and digital mediums and technologies. Let's watch the film first. All right, so the production process of this, the design and the film used the industrial-grade 6-axis robot arms and the shooting equipment, green screen shooting, volumetric video capture, photogrammetry, cinema 4D, redshift, 2D and 3D compositing, and other custom-built techniques and workflows. Familiar but neglected objects such as apples and snack bags were scanned as either static model or animated model sequences from a physical world to the digital space. We have different types of assets. This slide shows the mesh models downloaded from internet, and we changed the color so those bottles are acting as lights. This is a static photogrammetry model of a snack bag. We have a version of original textures and a version of we call it archaeology texture. It's like the snack bag has been it has like a lot of years. This is the process how we scan it. We just took a lot of photos around the object. And then we also have the volumetric video. What is a volumetric video? It's simply the animated 3D scan. This is a setup we created with 3 cameras with depths. So those 3 cameras can not only capture the color information, but also capture the depth information. Let me show you a quick example of what the volumetric video means. For example, this is rolling apple. The digital model simply looks like that. The digital model already contains the animation. And you can see the resolution is super low. That's also what we want. And we also have the green screen shooting footages, like the bags and bottles. And this is a shooting setup. We can remotely control the light. For the compositing, we key out the background and combine the color layer and the mask layer directly in Cinema 4D in the 3D world to render that output. So finally, we create 3 distinct worlds made of different supermarket objects. As you can see, as the camera is always facing forward, those bottles and chip bags made from green screen shooting look quite real. And this is another scene. Okay. So moving on to the second episode, digital shopping cart. This one is all about a miniature. I'll quickly show the video. Basically, it's a miniature scene in a shopping cart in a supermarket. From this image, you can see there are like sub-scenes in this apple part, which is a farm, and the left snack bag, which is a cafe. Let's watch the film directly. Forgot to mention, this project was made in collaboration with another curator, Yu Ting. So these are just still images of the different subsets. For example, this one is a farm, a cinema, a playground, and a mini mini supermarket with disorder effector applied on, and a cafe made with Voronoi effector, combining different layers of render passes. This is a start of our process. We first tested the we first try to create a shader in order to mimic the miniature effect. So it looks like small stuff, and it can automatically generate the dust and the scratches. How we did the layout of each single scene. And the draft model, lighting process. We used the warm and the blue light with a white model to do the lighting. And then the render and the compositing with the film effect. So these are all the style frames. I'll quickly jump over this part, which is more about how we organize the files. And fortunately, this one won the Architectural 3D Awards last year. They sent us a very shiny trophy. Let's move on to the last episode of the Digital Supermarket trilogy. This one actually explores the interactive architecture between objects and between characters in a fictional way. Let's watch the film directly. This project has a Chinese audio and a Chinese subtitle, but I think the voiceover is just about what's happening in the sea. I believe all audiences can understand it. Probably we will publish another English version later. But so far, we'll just play to the Chinese version. And it's currently exhibiting in K11 in Shanghai.
亲爱的顾客朋友，欢迎来到奇异超市。我们的第一站是小卖部，这里有草莓冷萃、香蕉慕斯和椰树椰汁。所有的饮料都配有动画包装。薯片喷泉从膨化食品柜中喷涌而出。您的购物车正在尝试接收尽可能多的薯片，看起来它并没有抓住的多，但没关系。超级印刷机生产的动态图像传单到处飞扬，散落各处。下面前往第二站，草莓农场。当每天的太阳角度变化导致阴影移动时，建筑上阳光照射到的位置会露出卡通草莓图案。屋顶上的草坪时不时地张开或者合上。农场的外侧是由人工编织的网格状地面，草莓随着地面上凸起的柔软模块而移动。屋顶上的大草莓流淌下来变成了草莓酱，草莓酱也成为了流动的草莓。构成农场建筑的柱子上有一些红色的标语。您只有从特定角度才能看到完整文字。您好，这里是第三站，智能仓库。 您在超市里看到的一切都在这里集中整理、储存、转运。我们的智能三维电梯可以沿着任意方向自由移动。货架和集装箱不断优化尺寸，以适应不同产品的大小。柔软的人造骨碎片悬浮在空间网络中。第4站，西瓜商店，请注意安全。第1回合，请注意，重力转向了左。第2回合，请注意，检测到来自多个方向的分流。第3回合，请注意失重。干得不错，恭喜你！请到咖啡厅休息，这里是最后一站，请尽情享受。这是艺术家从水蒸气得到灵感而创作的动态装置。广场上，勺子、叉子、杯子翩翩起舞。杯子缓缓地走进了一座建筑，建筑的表面打开了一个空间。在这里，空间和桌子都会随着顾客的行走而移动、变化。顾客可以在享用餐食的同时自由移动，感受多样的风光。旅程到此结束，奇异超市欢迎您的再次光临。
That's it. And let's jump over. So as you can see, there are 5 different supermarket worlds. We also created the physical model of these worlds, and we believe that's part of the phygital, part of the meaning of the phygital. Because the digital world and the physical models shares different resolutions. And finally, I'll quickly show a commercial project I did before. So you'll see, through these 2 projects, you'll see how architecture students find opportunities out of the box. For this project, I want to see how architecture can be branding content. Burberry asked us to create a world and put some virtual dancers based on the monogram pattern. So we designed this summer pool set with the Burberry's monogram pattern. from large scale, it looks like the monogram, and in the small scale, the surface also has such feature. And these are the behind the scenes. So let me quickly play it.
It's always been part of the equation. We be amazing on a daily basis now instead of occasion. 养了马鞭的感觉，从南下在一起，有上百年的历史。我出门上大街，更注重仪式感，程度是有名的气势。She made us so, then we are just diving in the pool. When the road down, then we are just diving in the pool.
勇气还不够给我偏忘忧，我的青春吸引你的目光。夏日的派对是我的主场，黑夜或白昼我发散光芒。面对会咱们走来的事，还没这份什么来的去，爱上 my face。Pulling the bus, I right up to my knees, so right in that mist. Sweet like a kitty, but taste like thrills. Hitting the lick, hitting the drills, making the feel. Then we are just diving in the pool. When the road down, then we are just diving in the pool. 勇气还不够给我偏忘忧，我的青春吸引你的目光。夏日的派对是我的主场，黑夜或白昼我发散光芒。Try myself on top of the pool, feel like it's a runway, acting like a fool. 第二条线有着你别想说有束缚，跟所有兄弟姐妹一起不再孤独。勇气还不够给我偏忘忧，我的青春吸引你的目光。夏日的派对是我的主场，黑夜或白昼我发散光芒。
All right, so the last one, this commissioned project is a collaboration with Poster Cards and Wallpaper magazine. It's called Pure Feature. In this film, I combined the robot arms and the 3D printing. So as you can see, the exhibition was 3D printed by the digital robot arms conceptually, and I kept the support and the brims of the 3D printing, like these edges. The process was like by hacking the slicer software, like hacked the G-code file, so I can extract the true 3D printing path from that file and generate such model. All right, let's play the video. So in summary, I think We are entering a metaverse fusing space, screen, sound, and scent to create a bespoke perception experience. Thank you. You can check my Instagram or website here. So we have next guest Yambo coming. Stay tuned for very cool work.
Hello, Yambo, are you here?
Yes, I can share my screen the moment I should start.
Yeah, of course. You can start whenever you are ready.
Great. So just a minute.
Now introduce. Oh, yeah. Okay, can I introduce you at first a little bit?
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
of course, absolutely.
Yeah. Yambo is a renowned multidisciplinary artist, the founder of creative director of Yambo Studio, and the co-founder of NFT and digital ecosystem Dissrup.
Thank you for the introduction. Did my video streaming well? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it looks perfect.
Great. So first of all, apologize for the video streaming. I have some problem with my camera, so I'll just do it through the screen sharing. Thanks a lot for having me. All the talks so far was really fascinating, especially the last one from Liu, which is in a very similar lines to what I would love to talk today, which is about Figital and the metaverse and similar topics. So I will jump directly into the presentation. So first of all, the talk today is pretty different from what I usually doing. Usually it's about the studio work and the content we produce. And today I was thinking to structure it a little bit different. I will start with some background introduction about myself and about the studio. So my name is Yam. My nickname is Yambo, which evolved to be the studio name over the years. On 2015, the studio started based on the idea of global collaboration. This was the main trigger to start creating everything we're doing at the studio. I will just play some of the content we are producing while I'll tell you a little bit how it started. So there is only myself and Ronnie in Israel. Ronnie is dealing with the production side, and I'm creative directing each project that we are doing, and usually working on the 3D side as well. And the vision was to come up with a studio that is purely based on collaborating with great digital artists from across the globe, and not having any kind of like full-time employees here in Israel. We started small, and over the years, thing grew and became bigger. I think that the moment things become really big for us was 2017 and 18, when we started to work with actually mostly Chinese technology companies such as Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo. We created a lot of brand films and movies from them. So this was everything we've been dealing over the past 6 years, basically creating CGI content for usually big brands. And sometimes during the middle of last year, so approximately around October 2020, there was this vision to create something new based on the same collaborative workflow. And eventually it came up into a platform that's supposed to serve artists and collectors to push the boundaries of digital and phygital art. And this platform called Dissrup, and it's something I would like to start with, and tell you a little bit how we started and what are the next steps that we are planning over the next month and mainly over next year. So if I need to put it very shortly, Dissrup is sort of a creative ecosystem combining digital and physical arts with the whole idea and technology of blockchain, NFTs, collectibles. And the main vision is to merge realities in digital fashion and gaming. I strongly believe that as the time will pass, the metaverse will become something very dominant in our lives, and we want to be those ones that will design and define the rules and the visual language of the metaverse. So if I need to speak about the first steps, along February this year, I created the first NFT. It was a collaboration with a good friend and a very talented designer called Somai-san. Most of you probably know Somai. He's been doing some of the most amazing phone commercials, initially for Oppo and later on for many other brands. And this was transhumanism exploration that he started, and I joined him to create this first NFT. We sold it online, and it was like a great, nice first experience. Then later on, we started to mess with digital sneakers. I can go back to my live stream and show you just some of the 3D printing of this shoe. So basically, this was printed in Germany by a company called Zellfeld, and they are basically exploring the potential of digital printing. So we designed a bunch of shoes, and we're going to offer them and sell them when Dissrup will go live. Then later on, we created this digital NFT visualizer. Inside it contains an artwork from a Canadian artist called Vinny Nasso. And the actual visualizer was built by a Swedish craftsmanship and designer called Lavulten. And we sold this as an NFT online, and then eventually shipped the actual visualizer to the collectors. The collectors was a couple from Miami called Lot 555. They are two amazing people that support the digital and physical art field, and collected a bunch of the stuff that we did. Now I want to talk a bit about the platform, and actually I would love to do like a short live demo of how it actually looks like and what are we trying to build and building and supposed to launch in the next month. So I will jump into the testnet of Dissrup. This is the homepage, and it's going to have a bunch of articles that explain about the digital collectibles and what they are, and about digital fashion. This is the first drop that's going to be in collaboration with Yuvizu, which is a great Chinese artist that's dealing with digital fashion. Some of the collections in the galleries, and I linked directly to the gallery. If I will jump right into my account, I will be able to show you some of the core functions of what we are trying to build. So first and most of all, the platform is built on the Ethereum blockchain. I can disconnect my wallet for a second just to show you very quickly how it operates. So right now I will connect my wallet with the MetaMask extension, which is basically just a way to hold cryptocurrency on the directly as a web extension, and currently the most common web wallet. And let's try to create an NFT together. Basically, we built our own smart contract from scratch. So we are not using any existing API, but just our own way to do things. And the reason we did it is because we want to be the first one that will offer digital support for NFTs. So let's, for example, drag those shoes from UV, and let's go into the minting process. The image will upload to IPFS, which is a way for decentralized hosting of content. And as you can see, most of the current marketplaces for NFTs are offering support for standard artworks, but we are developing the whole idea of minting digital collectibles. So basically, you can directly put a description and title and define the quantity of the items, but at the same time, you can also include additional images and content of the Figital content. So for example, I can drag some of the Figital items over here, add a bunch of details, and basically if I'll click next, I'll be able to mint them on the blockchain. In order to be efficient with the time, I won't do it, and I'll just jump into my account page and show you some of the functions, like having assets that will be included side to the NFT, viewing it on EtherScan, just to see the actually proof of ownership of the blockchain, list the asset for sale with fixed price, offer on an auction, and basically we're building our own way and our own ecosystem that should basically redefine the way people collecting, trading, and dealing with NFTs, because I feel that the whole field of NFTs is very unique, but it still didn't show its full potential because it's something very new. And this is what we're basically trying to do, trying to look at everything that's done over the past year and build things from scratch with a bit more thinking and logic about the whole my idea of the metaverse and about Figital specifically. So as I mentioned, the whole idea is that collectors could empower directly a global community of creators and artists. Over Yambo Studio, currently we have a Slack channel with around 500 digital artists from across the globe that evolved to be a small community. It started by us finding a way to reach to talented people, and over time it became a small community of people that talk, share information, artwork, inspiration, and just spend their digital days together. And the thinking behind it was to take this community and elevate it into a next level of consuming digital content. So maybe just for a moment to talk about the goals of Figital. I think that by connecting digital and physical artists, we can merge those worlds and offer items for people that are not necessarily familiar with the digital world. We can facilitate cross-disciplinary collaboration, creating innovative artwork and product that blur the boundaries between the real world and the unreal world in order to build cultural value. Maybe I can talk a little bit next about the metaverse. This is an artwork by Paul Milinski that will come on Dissrup later on this year. It's got a lovely concept and I don't want to reveal too much, so I just included a bunch of stills from the process. As you can see, we are always dealing, just like in the studio, with photorealistic rendering and trying to bring the quality that we have in the physical life of realistic shading and lighting into the digital world, which is sometimes tricky to do, and sometimes it's a big effort. But I believe it could really help bring more people into a world that could feel sometimes very cold and yeah, one of those things. So about the metaverse, what is the metaverse? As I see it, it's a global shared space which physical reality united with persistent virtual space, made up of all existing digital platforms brought together as one. So the metaverse is basically the future of digital and physical artwork and design. It will become the space in which we socialize, create, and live together. And I think that it's in ideal form, the metaverse will be the arena in which post-internet cultural innovation thrives. In other words, I think that right now the usage that we have for our digital product is very limited, and as the time passes and more platform will allow us to use the things we own in the digital space, would really help change the whole way the people currently consuming the digital content. So just a bunch more examples about some of the things we are currently in the production. I'm not revealing again fully the full product because this is a part of the plan for each of the drops under Dissrup, but just to speak about them at least briefly. So think about a digital collectible, a code that you can purchase, but it's not just a nice MP4 that you can show on your digital frame or on your iPhone or computer, but you can actually use it. So just for a few examples of different usages we are creating for those collectibles. So you can load those into games that support loading of OBJ and open source 3D files. This is an example of the way we are implementing some of the product from the first drop into Sansar, which is a game. This is some of the AR filters we are creating. So basically, the moment you purchase this mask, you already be able to own it on the Dissrup platform. You can download assets, low poly and high poly assets in order to load them into different kind of gaming. And basically, we're trying to provide also usability ourselves in games like Decentraland, and basically trying to reach to all the innovators in the field of the metaverse and helping connect those products so people could basically own them and also use them in gaming. And I think that all this approach of approaching a digital fashion and digital design and trying to think of the product themselves and not about the game. So just to give a better example, if we're looking at existing games like Fortnite or World of Warcraft, the current way to own skins for the gaming are from the marketplaces that are accessible directly from those games. And I think that the future is having a full decentralized way to own your assets and then just use them in every game you would like to use. So as I see it, as the time will pass, more platform will allow supporting those type of assets and using them and allowing people through decentralization of their assets and owning them by themselves, but basically have the ability to use them in different type of games and AR solutions. There is also the whole idea of AR dressing. There are companies like DressX, for example, which allow you to take a photo of yourself and then use the digital garment that you own on your physical photograph and just upload it to the social media. And this is also something we're going to allow when we launch. So basically people that collect and own some of those assets will be able to use them in many different ways right away. And digital fashion is just one of those examples. One other example is this sofa by Paul Malinsky, which we are currently producing physically, real size scale, but also digitally. So ideally, the people that will own it will be able to collect it and put it on their virtual home, and at the same time, some of those collectors will have it on their physical space. And I think this connection is really what I see the future and the things the metaverse could evolve. A bit about digital applications. So one of the first example is this visualizer I shared with you earlier. And the idea here is very, very simple. It's basically creating a physical device to show something that is authenticated on the blockchain. And there are different ways to verify the authenticity of the asset from the device. And this is something very powerful because the moment someone owns something and he get the physical device to his door, he will be able to verify that the asset is owned by him and then let the machine play if the asset is owned by him, and if not, the asset basically won't be able to play. And those type of things, I think, really could help merge those worlds. So this is one of the first thing we did. Moving forward, I just talked about this digital armchair, which will be revealed fully later this year. And there are a lot more interesting possibilities in this whole idea of creating objects that are existing in real life, but basically designed and born in the digital field. And I think one more interesting topic is this intersection. It's not necessarily have to design digitally and then manufacture physically. I think there is an intersection on the way those things created. Sometimes there could be some simulation in the 3D world that could cause a certain thing to be born, and then it could be 3D printed or just manufactured physically in order to bridge the gap between those worlds better. If I need to think about the future and where we are standing at this point in time, I would say that right now we can see adoption of NFTs. At least for the beginning of the year, we saw a lot of more and more people starting to adopt NFTs. Global digital community starting to form. Communities such as Super Rare or Nifty Gateway or Foundation, basically allowing the interaction between the collectors and the creators, and basically allowing digital collectibles to grow. And ideally, NFTs will enable creators to generate wealth and build communities around them. The next step, as I see it, is basically the growth of usability. So games and social platforms will continue to join the metaverse and allow assets to be loaded easily to their platforms, and allowing us to offer assets for the people in an easier way. The space in which NFTs can be utilized will continue to increase, basically. Thinking on the next step, I think that immersive digital experiences would be the main reason for people to starting to really adopt NFTs in general and digital collectibles more specifically. So increasingly powerful solutions emerge to present digital collectibles through immersive experiences. I think that photorealistic digital galleries will help experience things in the digital world in a much more immersive way. We already can see all the effort that big corporations such as Facebook, for example, putting into those immersive experiences. And I truly believe that the future is within through decentralizations and allowing people to use what they already own. And I think the final step would be the physical and digital union, basically mass adoptions of collectibles. As the digital community grow, collectibles will become a part of the mainstream culture. Users will build and enhance their digital identities and personal spaces within the new grounds of the metaverse, blurring the boundaries between physical and digital eventually. So yeah, as I said, I didn't show too much today about the studio work, which you can obviously go to the website and see some of the stuff that we're doing in the studio. But what excites me most, and it's actually the topic of this whole conference and day of amazing talks is about digital and its potential. And basically, I would love you guys to go to Dissrup.com and sign up to the inner circle. There is a small field to just put your email, and you can just get an email from us when we will go live. And there is also a light paper which explain everything I talked in this short call more in depth, and would love to see you then and try to be innovator in this field. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for having me again and for listening to this call. Yep.
Thank you, Yambo. Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, we have two guests, Quayola and Luis, who cannot join us today because of personal matters, but they have already recorded videos to present. It will be like totally about 20 minutes. And we will enter the free discussion after their presentation. Today, we are running a little bit late, but I believe the free discussion will be super cool. So we'll come back when you have a little break. Let's play the videos of Quayola at first.
Okay.
This is Quayola, an Italian media artist based between London and Rome. Technology is a sort of primary focus of my work. I use technology not so much as a tool, but rather more as a collaborator. I'm interested in engaging with technology to discover things that are perhaps beyond the human senses. I'm interested in how technology is providing us new ways, new perspective on how to perceive reality. Machines don't quite care how beautiful a landscape is. They have a very different understanding of how they're trying to see. So this essentially is one of my main topics. It's how do machines see the world, and what are the difference between how we see and how machines see. And perhaps what could arise between these kind of interactions, between mixing the ways we see and the way machines see, and taking this almost as an opportunity to discover new things. Sometimes I'm very intrigued by the impossibility of machines to see as well as us. And sometimes I'm intrigued in the possibilities that machines have that are far beyond what our human capabilities are. So I really like to play on this kind of interaction between the impossibility of the machine to see perfectly, but at the same time, the features that this machine can bring to us in how they see, which very, very different from what we do. I'm very interested not so much in looking at new things, but actually looking at our past with these new methodologies, with these new apparatuses. So there's many different sort of historical topics, from, say, the traditional landscape painting and the sort of pictorial representation to the idea of classical sculptures and somehow articulating matter to looking at classic iconographies and sort of more historical topics like that. So there's a variety of lines of inquiry that I bring forward from several years, looking at these historical topics with very different technological apparatuses. So an important topic that I've been exploring extensively over the last few years is the traditional landscape painting. And more specifically, the sort of modern traditional landscape painting, sort of end of 19th century, where there's a series of experimentation with the idea of representation, what it means to represent something, and this sort of quest to represent nature as a vehicle to discover something else. And this is the time when really new techniques, new ways of seeing, new ways of painting are really developed. And it is through this process that ultimately total abstraction is reached. So for me, it's a very kind of interesting period, because in a way it really talks about the way we see, the way we perceive the world, and perhaps force us to engage in very different ways of seeing, kind of questions the way we've been looking at things before. In a similar fashion, I guess I put myself in the sort of shoes of the modern landscape painter. I like to go out, confront myself with nature in a similar way that they were doing, but at the same time with a very different technological apparatus. Sometimes I go back to some of these historic locations. For example, I spent time where Van Gogh spent the last years of his life, or in France, looking at several gardens that have been painted through the years from the Impressionists. So I go back on these very same locations, but again, bringing with me different bits of technology to capture data, to capture these landscapes in a way that our eyes really can see, capture some kind of information that are beyond our human comprehension, and then gather all this data and develop some systems, some custom software to analyze this data and ultimately create new representations of these landscapes. So in one way, these new landscapes that I produce refer in a way or another to these original techniques. Sometimes they can look almost painterly, however they're completely computer generated and completely created using custom software. Developing my own algorithms is really part of what I do. Mostly what I do is develop systems, and I see these systems almost as musical instruments. I like to develop these instruments and then spend months playing these instruments to really create the new works. So there is a very interesting interaction for me between, again, man and machine, in this case, myself and the tools that I engage with. It's not so much about developing a tool that automatically looks at something and brings me back an image, but rather develop a tool that then I'm able to interact with. And I think it's this interaction that makes it hybrid somehow, makes it in this kind of space between, again, human and machine. It's not so much one or the other, it's a kind of combination of these two minds, of these two kind of skill sets, of these two kind of visions. So as part of this, let's say, pictorial research and research on the idea of representation, there's been several works, several series. One of these is called Jardin d'été, which again uses custom software to analyze some ultra high resolution video footage. The video footage was shot during the night in the gardens of this castle in France, and then analyzed through, again, this special software, and a series of computer simulations generate almost impressionist-like moving images that really remind you of a painting, somehow really remind you of the sort of impressionist kind of pictorial materiality, but at the same time they are completely computer generated, and you can really see behind that there is a logic that is not human. It's not a brush stroke, it's not the hand painting this, there is something else. So on one side you're confronted with something that is very familiar, on the other side something that is very unfamiliar, and it's, I think, the tension between these two elements that it's crucial to this project. I think more widely it is crucial to all of my work. All of my works are really about the tensions and equilibriums between very different elements, somehow opposing forces that interact and meet in a very specific place.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for inviting me. It's really great to be here, or rather to be here through video. It's a shame that I cannot be with you today, but hopefully we will be able to strike a conversation, to have a bit of a dialogue somehow through email and so on. So I thought I would present a little bit of what I do and the sort of work that I do. I thought about how I would name this talk, and I thought about the idea of materiality and situated technologies. So I haven't introduced myself. My name is Hernan. I work at the Sheffield School of Architecture, and part of my work has to do with digital technologies, with, in general, architecture and digital cultures. I'm going to be presenting a bit of my work and trying to create a narrative of what is it that I do in general. One thing I should say, when I say work, when I present the sort of things that I do, it's actually very varied in the sense that sometimes some of the work that I'm going to be presenting, it's creative practice. Part of my work has to do with creative practice. So I do a lot of photography. I also do quite a bit of electronics. I also do installations, performance. But I also sort of think of myself as an academic and as a writer. So a bit of what you're going to be seeing is things as narratives, is dialogue that I've been developing in different pieces, normally in journal articles, in conference papers and so on. So I will basically just be talking about this as work, as my work, but it will come from different sources. It will come from different formats, shall we say. So let's get started. And as I was saying, my work has to do with technology. My work has to do with the power of technologies, and more than anything with corporations and the power that corporations have in order to define the sort of things that we do in design, the sort of things that we as designers, as artists, are concerned with, especially with things like the everyday life, with domesticity. And my sort of journey started with this idea of wireless as material. And this work had a lot to do with interaction design, and at that point I was coming to this area from that perspective, from the perspective of interaction design, trying to understand the sort of spaces, the sort of different ways that a technology like wireless, and by wireless I mean any form of information protocol that uses electromagnetic fields as a way of transmitting information. Of course, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, but also cellular networks, GPS, all these different array of technologies, I sort of class them as wireless. And I was interested in thinking about this, not only as a technology, but also as a material. And of course, when I talk about material here, I come from this sort of design, art sort of perspective that we create spaces, we create experiences by manipulating materials. And part of what I wanted to suggest is that we could design by manipulating these technologies, not only by installing these technologies in our buildings, for instance, in our cities, but that we could, in effect, design the way that they behaved, and by doing that we could change the way that people use these technologies in urban spaces, in private spaces, and we could be creating something completely new to the sort of things that we are used to. And the beginning of that was in this sort of thing. So I started working with electronics and doing my prototypes and doing my instruments in order to make these technologies visible. I sort of had this idea that in order for you to start working or to start understanding these technologies as material, you needed to start by making them visible, by making sure that people would be able to see them, would be able to understand them. And of course, that is true of any technology, but it's especially true of wireless technology, because you have this component, this huge component of electromagnetic fields that you cannot really see through the naked eye. So it's very difficult to try and understand the way that people imagine these technologies, because we simply don't have any way of understanding them that easily. We don't have an image, a mental image of them. So I started doing this, and I started sort of creating these instruments that would allow me to make this visible. And of course, I started creating these sort of visualizations. I started creating these visualizations which effectively tried and sort of make visible that electromagnetic field, to make visible the way that signals behave in space. One of the things I wanted to do in these photographs was basically communicate the way that these signals fluctuated, were very changing in different spaces. And the idea was to try and do that by connecting the level of these signals, this sort of signal strength, to color, to a different color that would enable people to understand how they were behaving in interior spaces or in any space, and from that to sort of derive different sort of applications of different possibilities. And of course, I will talk about this later, but you will see that I keep going back and making these references to things that have to do with solving things, or with quite instrumental ways of understanding this technology. And of course, these were some of the sort of early work that was part of the process that I did in order to create these photographs. I was basically creating almost like a performance that would enable me to, again, visualize this signal, this technology in space. And I started creating these sort of photographs of effectively the space around my body. But at that time, it was sort of in between those two, in between that drive to make these technologies visible, but also to try and understand that the way that I was doing that, the sort of performance, the sort of process in which I was making these technologies visible were also having an effect on the way that I was thinking of them, and of course of the way that I could communicate their materiality to other people through these photographs. And one of the things that I realized, and one of these photographs that you're seeing here is some of the early work that I started doing in interior spaces. And of course, wireless has a really wide range of applications. It can be thought of at the level of a city, at the scale of a city, but it can also be thought of at the scale of a home, in the sense that we use different technologies in these different environments in order to create, in order to produce different applications, or in order to use technology in different ways. And part of what I wanted to do was to sort of influence, try to understand that. And of course, what I realized, and you will have noticed that I started using this term of materiality. And of course, I come from this tradition of architecture in which you are encouraged to use the idea of materiality. And if any of you had studied architecture or have ever been invited to a school of architecture, chances are that you have heard this word, this concept more than once. And it's used quite a lot, for instance, when we are in reviews, when we are discussing a building. And the sort of thing that you also see or hear asked is, yes, but what about the materiality? So yeah, this facade is all very well and good, this render is all very well and good, but what about the materiality of your building? And of course, in architecture, the idea of materiality, it's really one of those concepts that we use quite a lot, to the point that it's lost all meaning. And it's really used to define quite a wide range of things, including tectonics, including just really the materials that you're using in a building, and the way that those materials are having an effect on the way that people understand that building, on this sort of atmosphere, on the sort of feeling that they have when they inhabit that building. And of course, for me, that notion also came through the idea of working with materials in a workshop. If we think, for instance, of working with wood, with timber, you would imagine that idea that as an artisan, as a carpenter, you have this sort of notion, this relationship to the material, in which you generate this sort of intuitiveness about what the material can do, or the ways that you can change the materials. I was thinking of these in terms of these. I was thinking in terms of my own relationship to this technology, the relationship that other designers could develop with this technology in order to create, in order to manipulate it. But one thing that I started noticing very quickly is that, of course, materiality is a really complex term. And when you go out of the confines of architectural theory, of design theory, you start realizing that materiality has many different meanings, and it has different meanings, for instance, in sociology, in anthropology, but it also has a different meaning in philosophy. And one of the things that sort of influenced my work quite a lot is the idea of feminist philosophy. And one of the philosophers that influenced me quite a lot in this process, especially in this work, was Karen Barat, and the idea of materiality as something that is assembled. And the idea is that you cannot really think about materiality as being something that is inherent in any material, in anything. It's something that is constructed. And when you think about these materials, these sort of photographs, the way that I was presenting these, the way that I was able to visualize them, really depended quite a lot on a number of factors. But most importantly, it depended on the instruments I was creating. It depended on the performance that I was creating as well, this choreography, this dance that I was creating in order to make this visible. And one of the things I realized is that when I finished these photographs, I started promoting, and they were sort of taken up by different outlets and different media. And I started having people write to me to talk about the sort of things that these photographs sort of made them think about. And what I realized is that the sort of responses were really, some of them were really strange, but also they sort of talk to different ways that the technology was understood, or to different materialities, or to different ways in which it sort of interface, in which it had a relationship with the material realm, in the sense that some people, for instance, as you can see in these cards that I'm showing in the screen, these are basically the emails that I received from different people, a selection of them. And the sort of overall theme of these emails, and some of them talk about electromagnetic danger, of course, making connections with electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Some of these emails talk about the aura, talk about spirituality, person's energy field. Some of them talk about this idea of Wi-Fi, of these signals being almost like a colonizing force, Wi-Fi coming through a wall. And you have this sort of range of ideas, this range of materialities. And this was really the beginning of a process in which I realized that in order to make these technologies visible, it wasn't enough just to work with my electronics in my electronics bench, and to be working on that and just eventually coming up with an instrument that I could use and then photograph and then continue doing that as if I were basically doing a scientific experiment. The way that these technologies acquired a materiality, they became material, they became important, they have a sort of presence in the material world, really depended on a number of things, and a lot of them depended on different metaphors, on different analogies that people use in order to understand these technologies. And my sort of work from there started to branch out into understanding all these different forms of materiality, all these different ways in which the technology was sort of placed or deployed, to use a term that is used quite a lot in technology, the way that these technologies were deployed in different contexts, and the way that different communities, different people sort of connect and understand those technologies. What I've realized in my work is that when you look at materiality, when you look at the materiality of different technologies, it's not enough to make these technologies visible. It's not enough to make these technologies more easy to understand to designers, to artists. What you really need to do is to create also the tools to explore all the different forms of materiality, the way that these technologies find a place in everyday life, find a place in our homes, in our cities, but also the way that corporations sort of work with them, the way that corporations use different ideas, different metaphors. So it's really looking at this whole range of materiality. And of course, in the case of wireless, it's about looking at the way that these technologies are made visible and invisible, not only in actual terms of creating parts of the electromagnetic spectrum that are invisible to the naked eye, but also the fact of how they make visible certain parts of the technology and they hide other parts of the technology, and what are the consequences of that? What are the consequences in terms of the power that they have in order to define our everyday life, in order to define our behavior? So that's it for me. Hopefully that I didn't go over time for too long. It would be great to be with you and to be able to have a conversation and to hear your thoughts. We won't be able to do that, but if you have questions, if you have comments, if you want to start a conversation with me, here are my details. Please send me an email. It would be great to hear from you. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. We come back. Thank you everyone for long wait. Then we will go into our free discussion session. And right now, our audience can unmute by yourself and ask any question you want to ask our guests. And our guests can talk with each other freely. Anybody have questions, or our guests want to talk a little bit with each other?
Okay, so I have some thoughts with the CATK's work with Maik. Actually,
Maik, yes.
yeah, Maik, are you there?
Sure.
Yeah,
but I missed the question. What's their question?
Actually, I don't have questions, but I have some thoughts on your work. I think so. First, I really like your work. I think they really inspired me, especially the materialities. I feel, for example, in the project Dissrup and Heat and the TV2 ident, also the Baobao Isumiyaki commercial. The materials looks very realistic, but this kind of material cannot exist in the physical world. So it's like you created a digital animated materials in virtual world. For example, in the shroom, these objects looks quite like a real organism underwater, and the color combination and the materiality of the rendering makes object look like some artificial, but also natural stuff.
Yeah. So it's
yeah, I think that's
kind of like
what inspired me most. So
yeah, because I think like it's the nature is the most inspiring place to look for this kind of stuff, you know. And then mixing it up with the imagination that you have.
Yeah, we agree. We've got some questions from audiences. A person asked, could you explain the name of the company, Colors and the Kids? How did you come up with this name? How to understand the word color in the name? Is it just for playful?
We were looking for something with colors, and then Elizabeth found that song by Cat Power, which is called Colors and the Kids, and we thought that's quite nice. And so we love colors and we love kids, and we like how kids see the world, you know, without prejudice. So that's why we thought like it's a great name for a company, especially to have this playful attitude towards work and to find something new.
Thank you so much. And anybody want to talk with Yambo or with our other guests? Oh, sorry, talk with Maik.
Actually, hi, I'm Eva. Actually, I have a question for all of our guests. Like I've noticed, thank you for all of your amazing presentations. I really enjoy watching them. And I have a particular question. I remember when Yang was doing his presentation, he was mentioning, he was kind of paraphrasing his work with techno music. And I've noticed that in many of your works, you had a lot of a lot to do with musics and rhythms, and especially, I mean, in this audiovisual era, how do you actually deal with the sound, and what is the relations you had to do, like with the like your visual with the musics, and I would, yeah, I'm really interested in how these kind of inspired your work, and
yeah, Eva, could you like speak your question again in Chinese to Yang?
杨，就是我在，就是你有一个项目里面，你提到了你的那个 作品很像一个 techno music，然后我就是很好奇，你觉得音乐和声音对于你的视觉表达有没有任何影响？然后你会怎么就是去结合这个音乐和视觉语言？
音乐和就是音乐的话，其实我在去做的就是在创作过程中，它会是因为其实我在听音乐的话，它也是有很多随机性的，不会是把所有的音乐像排歌单一样去就是去一个的去听，我可能也是按照一些这种随机性的一个歌单来去排，所以说我在做一些就是创作的过程中，其实也是一个就是蛮随机的一个过程，就包括它其实跟音乐一样，就它会根据一些某种音乐的一些就是不同的感觉和律动，可能在我创作的过程中也会有一些变化。
So I'll do the translation again. So the music he listens is kind of random, and his playlist he don't categorize or sorting his playlist because there's a randomness. It's also like his work. So he thinks the relationship is also like 就是随机的音乐激发出，其实这是都是随机的事。So the relation is like it's pretty random. The random music kind of inspire his work. It also has lots of random elements. So he thinks it's a relationship between them.
Thank you. What about you, Mac? Do you improvise in your sound, like as your visuals, or?
Yeah, I think it influences the visuals, because and sometimes we try to create visuals as fast as sound, but that's the main difference between sound and the visual. That sound is way more real time compared to visual. I mean, you can work with something like Touch Designer, but it's not the same with a proper render engine, even though it's real time now, but you still have to wait, and it still has to transfer, and there are latencies and stuff like this, and the ergonomics of translating your movement into the machine is still, it's kind of like, it's still maybe the mouse or a tablet or something like this, and that is it feels kind of like still very Stone Age, like the mechanics of how to operate a system. So compared to music, when you play an instrument, you can use your hands, and even if it's an electronic music instrument, like the functions are mapped out to something, and it feels way immediate, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for answering. And particular, I will also like to raise this question to Wang Jing, because I believe in her theater pieces, she has a lot to do with music and visual things, and especially when I'm really impressed in her work when she was overlapping the projection on the experimental stage. So I'm wondering, how does she? Are you there, Jing?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm wondering, how do you kind of see these all kinds of different kind of media overlapping on each other, musics, projections, and experimental stage, etc. How do you deal with these overlapping media?
Thank you your question. I think as a theater practitioner, all the technology and it's like the media, or it's like the material, and it's like the tools we should mix together. But for me, the very important thing is the human, because we live in the digital age. But I also have some critical thinking. What's the human we should be in this digital age? So I think when I use the new media in the theater, creativity, I still really focus about human. It's not just about visual, because I think the arts. Anybody has a different definition for arts. That's really okay, really fine. But for me, I really focus about the human, and focus about the human living the contemporary life. So when I use the new media, I also think about what the human should be and what relationship, what a story I really want to share with audience. This is my key point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, totally. I think the kind of relation and feedback you got from the stage is not only from the visual, like visual part you're perceiving, but also from the audio, the sound. How do you immerse yourself in it, and the body and the movement, and those are like really kind of centered to the audience and the human. So
yeah, I really like your question because, for example, we studied the theater. Theaters, we still create some the ancient Greek script because this is maybe 3,000 years ago. But why we still present this story? But the key point is human. Because I think we still can use a new media to present ancient Greek script. But this is just a media. But what's the key point for us? This is my key question for ask myself, and also my key question for my critical thinking.
Thank you. I love your reply. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have some thoughts with Yambo. Because I think
yes,
what we are doing shares a lot of same stuff, especially we are creating both physical and digital objects. I think what you are doing, the Dissrup with the Dissrup, which is very promising, because the technology development of AR and mixed reality will be quite ubiquitous in the coming years. So far, we might live in a world that the physical and the digital are separated. But in the future, probably just in 2 or 3 years, we will be living in a ubiquitous mixed reality world where the digital assets, digital objects will have the same real value as the physical world stuff. At that time, for example, we might have our room decorated by the digital objects, and then we can buy those digital objects. This digital objects has its own value in the economic system. Yeah, that's like my thoughts on what you are doing.
Yes, I feel that we do got a lot of very similarities between the things that we are doing, and I can't agree more about all the stuff you mentioned about the future of digital and physical collectibles. Maybe I think all the idea of Web3 is basically an interesting topic that describes this whole scenario. Web3 basically describe the next major iteration of the same web that we use today. I think that Web3 will allow for the full integration of cutting-edge technology, NFTs, digital collectibles, cryptocurrencies, and pretty much virtual reality into our everyday life. Web3 is the evolution of the internet that we need in order to get closer to reclaim ownership of our data and get closer to what we call the metaverse. Ideally, with Web3, we'll have open source, decentralized, and permissionless web experience where we can all contribute, communicate, and interact without the problem those days. And the problem is the mediation by a third party. And the moment that we'll have this ability to own our asset I think it means greater freedom, less monopoly over our virtual assets and space by large tech corporations. And I think that the moment that more technologies will allow this ownership of those assets and basically what we are trying to build, it will definitely help accelerating this whole change.
Right. I think from my point of view, if the render looks photorealistic, it's like a physical stuff, even it's so far only exists in the digital world. We noticed that you treat collaboration as an important part of your work, especially for creating NFTs. Do you think creativity and inspiration is a personal matter, or what's a key point of such kind of collaboration between Yambo and other freelancing artists? For example, the one you collaborated, Somi Sun, we know each other in person in Shanghai, and another one, Yuvi Zhu, who is doing the digital fashion. So we are just quite curious about how this collaboration process is going, and what's a key point of such collaborating in terms of creating NFTs.
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think collaboration is essential to the development and innovation in any field, actually. And we firmly believe that collaboration leads to stronger and more interesting work in general. I think that instead of viewing collaboration as antagonistic to the individual creative process, it's the best to view it as opportunity to bring together point of views and elements of multiple peoples and ideas. That being said, you can still align your own vision with that of other artists. I think the key to successful collaboration is to communicate frequently and leave artists the room to create their own in their own terms. For example, the collaboration with UV was with absolutely full creator freedom for him. And actually, I think the difference between Yambo Studio to Dissrup is that the studio serve clients, and when you're serving clients, you need to follow certain rules and certain briefs. And the whole idea with this whole new initiative is to have full freedom for the artists to create whatever they like, because I think this is the whole idea of art and digital art. I think that you also be surprised how often perspective. Yeah, please.
May I ask a question? How do you deal with the environmental impact of NFTs? So what's your take on this? Because the world is burning up, and I saw you're running on Ethereum, and Ethereum is so inefficient in terms of energy consumption.
That's a great question. Thank you, Mike. So first of all, we're running using ERC 1155 compared to all the marketplaces which are running ERC 721, which is very technical, but shortly speaking, it means that the environmental impact could be between 90 to 100% to 99% less, depends on how many assets you mint. For example, minting 1,000 assets could be on a single transaction on the Ethereum main network, compared to working with ERC 721, which is basically meaning that you need to make every transaction for every asset you minting. So this is like the one of the things that we can do at this point in time. But my main assumption and what basically should really change the way Ethereum impact the globe is basically the moving to Ethereum 2.0, and basically it should be done by early 2022 based on Vitalik Buterin latest conversation. And basically it means that there are going to be a few major changes, among them sharding, and basically sharding means, without going too technical, that is instead of every participant in the network need to verify every transaction, only a portion of the people needed to verify a portion of the transactions. I might put it a little bit wrong, but it means that the gas fees and the impact will be drastically low. And there are a lot of other things with the 2.0 that should really not affect the globe as we heard about NFTs lately. I honestly did so much investigation on this topic, and I feel that the hype around this topic is much larger than it actually changing. I mean, if you look at proof of work versus proof of stake, which is the main change with Ethereum 2.0, basically this whole concept is what making the effect on the globe. I don't want to go with my answer too long, but just shortly speaking about this point. So proof of work means that in order to prove the identity of every participant in the network, you basically need to prove that you verifying the transaction by solving complex cryptocurrency, crypto mathematical riddles, and by making your machine work every time, you basically, just like rendering, impact the globe by consuming power. But with proof of stake, which should be done by early 2022, in order to verify your identity, you only need to stake your money in a pooling stake, which basically means that you no longer need to make your computer run 24/7 in order to confirm transactions. Again, I'm going too deeply into it, but basically, I'm really a true believer in what the Ethereum developers are doing and the way it's going to evolve very soon. And this is basically how I think this whole field will evolve and basically impact the world less and less as the time will pass and as we move into proof of stake and sharding and all of those developments in the field of crypto and NFTs.
Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe just to finish my answer about the whole collaboration question, I think that I started to say that the key for successful collaboration is to communicate frequently and leave the room for the artist to create on their own terms. And most of the time, I think that things do work in that way. I think it's about working. I mean, there is also obviously the whole level of personal communications and the way people are communicating, and obviously sometimes it's harder, but I feel that the moment you have a good communication and a shared artistic vision with the artist, just by having the same digital space of working together, sometimes the result could be really great. And this is basically what we iterating and doing over the past few years with the studio, and what I'm basically trying to do right now with Dissrup on a different level.
Yeah, thank you, Yambo. Thank you so much. Actually, I have a general question to ask our guests and to any guest. I'm really curious that are you? What's your major in school? Are you did you learn design in the school, and how do you begin to do these design things? And I see that a lot of works that you did have collaboration with business, with marketing, and how these collaborations start.
For example, here in the studio, everybody has a different background.
Yes.
So somebody studied music, somebody else studied art. I studied media art and then design. So it's kind of like it's a mixed pool, you know. And since we founded the studio with a couple of people, it's already coming from different backgrounds. And I think I completely agree with Yambo there. It's like collaboration is always it's such a great tool to come to different results. Then, I mean, it's great to work on your own because then you can, and I need this too, but for working with other people, it's most of the times very rewarding because you have that different point of view always with you.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's where the creativity emerges at the intersection of different disciplines, different majors.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most of our audience today are like architecture students, and some of them are really like confused with their future actually, and they are very interested in this, in your work, like these amazing things can catch people's eyes. So they are wondering whether or not this is a good chance to like try something different, like what you did, not only focuses on architecture. Can you give some advice about this career?
Yeah, it's a general question for all guests.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Hey, Yang.
oh, yeah.
So
We're here.
how did you start a collaboration with fashion with fashion brands, brands and magazines? So what was your major back to college? 就是你是怎么样开始和时尚界合作的？就你之前学的专业就是这个吗？
我之前的专业其实跟我目前在做的东西是完全没有关系的，就是可能在跟杂志合作的话，也是可能会去，因为比较对这就是fashion 一些行业区比较感兴趣的，可能是就是一些朋友的契机来去跟他们一起合作的。对，其实对于我之前的一些学术背景来说的话，其实没有说太大的关联性。
Yeah, I was trying to say, Young's major is quite different than what he's doing right now. So all these projects basically are start with his friends introduces bring these projects and opportunity to him. So then he just started.
Yeah, thank you. And anybody have questions to our guests?
I have a question from Wang Jing.
Yes.
Hi, are you still here?
Hear me?
Actually, there is a very interesting question asked by one of our online watchers. He asked that, what do you think about the difference between the VR film and VR like opera? Actually, as your like partner, one of the world, I also want to ask this question as well. Like, so when we was doing the VR opera, I also think the difference between like VR film and VR opera. I think there are differences, right? So I want to ask, what's your opinion about this? Because you're a director, right? So the difference between the VR film and no matter the time difference or actor, are the same.
You mean what's the difference between the VR drama and VR film?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, in my view, and maybe I'm not right, but I think it's VR drama and VR film is same, because the drama, the film is come from drama. Because why I share the historical background about the new media in the theater and performance, because I think everything, for example, we have the VR, AR, and NFT, and the digital language, and the contemporary life, but we still should reflect to the history. I think the VR film and the VR drama is no different, because so firstly it's about a storytelling, and also talk about some present by some performer. Maybe the performer is not a real person, maybe it's a virtual person, but still have some performer. I actually I don't think have very big difference. Yeah. For me, the film is come from the drama, and yeah. So this is my personal view. Maybe not right. Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes I just think about, do we need like a specific actor sort of character in the VR drama? So I know there are some like limitation of the equipment we have to wear a set to watch VR, but so I don't know, maybe if you have ever think about this kind of possibility of bringing some actors or non-human actor into the VR genre, because in the digital world we don't need a specific human to play some action in the drama, but maybe just like what the Liu Xin's work, like some of the strawberry can dance in front of you sort of things. I think this kind of moment can bring a lot of like possibility into the VR drama. I don't know if you ever think about that.
I can get your message. I think maybe you talk about because some of the VR production, for example, VR commercial pieces, and they just performed by the virtual person. I think this is really, really okay and really fine. But what's a key message? And I think the key message is really important. Whatever you use a physical body or virtual body. But what your key message you want to present? But for me, and the message will touched me is about the relationship of the human, about between the humans or the human with the nature or the universe. Because I think this is very like a philosophy issue. I think I really happy about, because I'm designer as well, because my training is come from the designer and from the painting, but I practice for a long time in the theater arts and performance arts. Before I'm really fans on the visual. But now, maybe during these years, I really think about what a key message I want to present to my audience or to my whatever, the reader or something. Yeah, this, and also in the 21st century, have lots of issue around us. It looks very seriously. I think people, we live in the digital, but we also separated each other. And for example, maybe we're not very focused about my normal life. We don't know about our labor. We don't care, maybe. But if we always stay in the virtue, because today I really, really happy all the performance, all the work, and from all the guests, really happy. It's very, very fantastic dialogue from the different views. But I also have some critical thinking about our relationships. Yeah, so this is maybe I'm a theater artist. I really I like the literature. Like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this is just some message from my personal. Yeah.
No, but I think it's very important, that message, because
Thank you.
The human aspect, and technology is technology. It is what is, but the physical interaction, and that people talk to each other, and it's kind of like what you also should give to the next generation. That a person that talk is a person that talk, and looking into each other's eyes is such a difference compared to all the digital. And it's great, and it will come, and we will go to the holodeck. But if you can give something to the children, then technology is a tool, and that's it. But personal interaction and meeting each other.
I really agree, Mike. I really agree. So this is why I can't get your message from your works, because you also have some motion about human. This is really important. Yeah,
it's about feelings. It's not about machines. Yeah. So, it's the feeling that.
It's very important.
What we are discussing now is like also like make me realize me and Liu Xin and Yuting, we have a discussion like the day before yesterday. We was talking about like the differences between the we always like bring one word into the forum is the post-digital. So Liu Xin said that the difference between the digital era and the post-digital era is the humanity inside. So the digital things is like only a simple tool for us, or it's like we have to consider the humanity behind it, or we have to consider the human first, then the technology sort of things, and then let the humanity bring us to amazing design rather than the show itself of things.
Yeah, because when I did some digital project, I was thinking this digital pieces or digital language will still go ahead around 3,000 years old. I mean, after 3,000 years old, because when now I still can get my ancient Greek script. I can use it because I think why this kind of thing can lasting for a long time. But I don't know digital language yet. But I really welcome the new language. Really welcome this new stage. But I still have some critical thinking about humanity. Yeah.
I think I don't have questions. Liu Xin, do you want to say something?
Okay, yeah, you have comments? You have comments? Okay, we got a question from our audiences that asking Yambo. They are asking, because most of our audiences are architects, so they're asking how do you think architects in the future will create virtual architecture, virtual houses in the metaverse? It's like to might architectural design a house as an NFT. Because at the end of your presentation, you showed a collaboration with another artist. It's like an interior. What do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting question for sure. So earlier this year, we saw an artist called Krista Kim, basically sold an architecture she did on Mars, including all the furnitures, digitally fully, and if I'm not wrong, she allowed the ability to manufacture some of the furnitures in Italy, and basically allowing the person that collected this house to actually create this in real life. So I think that the potential of it should be something along those lines. But the key here is to provide an actual usability for it. Because if, for example, we are selling a digital plan for your house, which might include some photorealistic experience or might include only the plan for the architecture. So I think right now, when we don't have really the ability to use it in a proper way, it's almost useless. I mean, you can view all those nice imagery and you can put them on some digital frame. But I think that in the future, when we will have some more immersive way to experience our virtual home or our virtual digital home, and then we will be able to basically purchase a design and offer a certain architecture and experience it in our digital space. And this would really make the change about owning all those NFTs or digital collectibles or digital interiors. I think the limitation those days is that we don't really have a way to experience those fully. I mean, imagine the moment you can purchase a digital space and you can just go and put your Oculus a VR headset and then right away be inside this shaded house, which is implemented directly to your piece of technology. And whenever who would come to your home, you can show them your digital space. It would take all this experience to the next level. And this is in some way what we are trying to do, but obviously the technology is very limiting. But for me, it's about owning the design. I mean, if you purchasing something from a certain architecture or designer, and you own this architecture, the ability to use it in the future would probably evolve and make more sense that we have in those days. So this is just my point of view on this topic. I assume that, yeah.
But isn't then the internet just becoming, you know, a replica of the real world, where it's just about status symbols and about those things, just to, I have to purchase something. I mean, like the whole web, you know, it was built upon this kind of like exchange of information and building like a structure where we can kind of like communicate easier, exchange information, and through all this NFT and building this metaverse, you know, you start to build again your architecture, where you're going to live, where you're going to show off that stuff. And I hope that the kids will come around and just build some stuff, and it will be there, and everybody can use it for free, you know, instead of selling, because it's kind of like you start selling. I'm going to sell that share, I'm going to sell that. And then it's like, okay, you come to my home, you see I have those design pieces. And isn't that the place where everybody can be free and not be within those confines, you know?
It's a great point to raise. Personally, I think that the whole idea of supporting artists directly, because, for example, what we're trying to do is directly to allow the support to the artist, not by making it into a certain brand that will sell those things, but having the ability to connect the collectors from the artist directly. I truly believe that people that spend most of their lives into a certain thing should probably reward for all the artwork. I mean, people in our industry currently owning money by working in studios or being freelancers, or just providing solutions for brands or you know, different type of media publishers. And for me, this whole change and shift for people be able to create their practice and their own art, and having people that want to basically own this specific design or this specific collectible or this specific architecture house. I mean, what is the difference? I mean, the difference is huge, but I'm just asking it for the sake of the explanation. What is the difference between owning a physical architecture design to a digital architecture design? I think the difference is the experience. I mean, in the real world, you can obviously experience it every day by living in this space, and you can show it to everyone around you. In the digital space, it's pretty much limited. And I believe that the moment we will have like more usage for the digital space, the ownership of the assets and basically purchasing artwork directly for those artists is just a way to support people that didn't show any possibility to earn money besides studio work and being freelancer till those days. So I believe
sure. But you know, the list is long of people that we need to support. You know, it's kind of like third world countries, kind of like people working in public services and stuff like this. Yeah. So it's a really huge field where we have to support people and take care of them, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. I think the beautiful thing is that if a certain collector would like to buy something from a certain artist because they really love his work, this is the beauty about it. And I think that the incentive is exactly like the incentive in the physical life, and what art collectors did for hundreds of years, if not thousand. I don't really know the facts of the history, but this is something that's been in our culture for so long. You know, buying something for a certain artist, and the whole technology of the NFT only allowing the proof of ownership. I think this is the key thing behind it, because if you want to buy something from Maik, you can basically see that Maik minted it from his wallet on this or other platform and just own his work because you want to support him and you love his work. For me, this is the most beautiful concept about NFTs, and not specifically about money, but about providing artists a new way to generate income in a very like honest way about their art. I mean, there is a lot of
for sure. It's a great concept. You know, I'm completely with the concept because I love it. It just has some certain limitations to date. So I think.
Yeah, but at the same time. At the same time, I totally agree with a lot of your points. I feel that there is a lot of like wrong things happening in the field of NFTs, and there is a lot of like things that just doesn't make sense. You know, when you see like a random artwork sold for so much money, you know, we saw prices of NFTs. It's really doubting you about like the quality of the art and there.
it's such a big problem, just Elon Musk tweets one tweet and he can, where you were saying like working against like the Silicon Valley, and I'm completely all for it, but a single individual can just with one tweet can kind of like manipulate the whole the whole stock of the cryptocurrency, so and it becomes immediately kind of such a tool for the rich to make themselves more rich, so that's where I'm just a bit wary, basically.
I can't agree more about this topic. I think that specifically what you mentioned about Elon Musk, he's doing a lot of innovative and amazing things, where at the same time this all like meme Dogecoin kind of things is beautiful, with the idea of having so many people going after a single person, but at the same time I don't want to say that this is probably for his own benefit, but I assume that there is some, exactly. I assume that there is some personal benefit from all those stuff. So it's a very complex topic, and I feel that it's also very sensitive because, you probably did a lot of conversation with colleagues in this industry, like we all did while watching this whole shift in the world. And basically what I'm at least trying to do, I'm not sure if it will work well, but just trying to put a bit more sense about at least the usability of those assets, even if just by allowing downloading specific assets side to the MP4 that is pretty much useless besides showing casing it, and all of the rest of the stuff that we discussed. So yeah, it's very complex topic, and I think that we'll just learn as the time passes, but it's definitely an interesting field to explore. At least I feel that way.
Definitely.
Yes, I think that is a very amazing idea.
Yeah, I think. I think so far the whole NFT ecosystem is more like a financial thing. But in the future, when the technology development of the mixed reality is so sophisticated, probably in near future, like 2 or 3 years, we will be living in a world that the digital and physical are finally fusing together. It's like the Earth, the whole Earth has multiple layers, which contains the physical layer, the tangible one, which is our real world, and the multiple virtual layers provided by the this kind of digital objects, digital space. So at that time, those digital collectibles will really have the social value. In addition to solely the financial value. So it will be more like it will be more about experience instead of a financial thing, I think.
And actually, we have a specific like about NFT Metaverse forum on the Saturday, and we also welcome those people who are interested in our Metaverse topic can contribute to us on the Saturday afternoon, 2 p.m. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's actually we have 4 hours meeting right now, so we will have the last question, then we can finish our roundtable. Okay, yeah, anyone have the last question?
Actually, I have one to the Yang. I see in your work there are a lot of like 3D scanned stuff, and you call it digital virtual photography. Actually, I take my own photo as a 3D scan image. So how did you start to work with 3D scanning? Because in my point of view, 3D scanning is more like a twin of our physical world. It's like a digital twin of the physical world, but with different resolution. Because the physical world is always analog and continuous, but the digital is discrete, and it should always dealing with the issue of resolution. 就是我的问题是， 我看到在你的作品里有很多三维扫描的东西。其实就在我看来，这个三维扫描它本质上是现实世界的一个数字孪生。它就像摄影一样，在100年前，150年前，摄影术刚被发明的时候，那个时候人们通过化学反应的方式，将空间中的光子投射到一个化学材料上，也就是胶片上，或者那个时候是用那种玻璃，然后再通过化学手段把它洗印出来，最后印在一张纸上，就最后它是在一张纸上作为一个媒介来呈现的。那现在其实这个三维扫描本质上就是把空间中的光子用三维的方式记录在一种媒介上。那现在记录的媒介是数字空间，也就是说这些像素它是以三维的方式分布在这样一个数字空间中的。所以我看到就是你之前说你是在做这种数字虚拟摄影，我觉得还是非常和这个主题相匹配的，它也是其实连接了这个物理世界与虚拟世界。所以我想问的就是你最开始是怎么样去接触到三维扫描，怎么样开始用不同的方式去用三维扫描这项技术来表达作品的？比如说在你的最开始许魏洲的那个杂志大片，还有后来有一些就像是画廊里就是那种很酸性的物体构成，就是想让你讲讲和围绕着三维扫描的这个过程。
对，你看过。
围绕三维扫描的话，就其实包括之前做的一些酸性物体的一些设计，它其实都可能是对我来说，我可能是比较喜欢它，就是酸性设计的一些那种结构和一些基底上的一些质感，它是有一些这种觉得是有一些损坏或者一些这种分离感的一些这种不确定性。包括我去接触3D 扫描的时候，也能发觉到，就是它在去扫描的过程中，其实是会有很多这种很漏拍的一些破面，这种对。
At first, he was really interested in the IC design. In IC design, he found there's lots of imperfection, like there's lots of randomness. When the first time he saw the 3D scan, he found the same feature. The 3D scan also has the same feature, the randomness in the imperfection. There are lots of broken parts in the 3D scan.
对，包括我之后现在一直在做的一些植物系列的话，它也是去用了很多一些三维扫描的一些去收集一些可能周围的一些植物、一些花草之类的，它可能是去在和我现在去做的一些这种植物去做一个融合吧。对，可能它其实也是一直它一直是在帮助我去建立我的一个对数字资源库的一样。
Including the project he's doing now, the plants, the series with the plants. He also used 3D scan to scan lots of plants around him, like the flowers and grasses, and the grass. So the 3D scan also helped him to build his own assets, and it's like a collection. For him, it's also helped him his like new. Okay, that's all. Okay, thank you.
OK， 我还有一个问题，你当时在扫描许魏洲的时候，我看到你用的那种扫描仪，它会发射激光。那作为艺人，他是很能接受这样的拍摄方式吗？因为大部分时尚杂志拍摄的时候还是就是普通的那种照相机拍摄嘛。So my question is, you collaborated with Wonderland magazine to shoot a fashion virtual photography for like a Chinese celebrity, call it Xu Weizhou. So my question is, when you are shooting with this celebrity, did he feel comfortable with such 3D scanning method compared with traditional photography?
对，其实艺人的话，他其实像你刚才说的，他可能会有很多艺人去建议这方面的一些，对，但我们可能会去做一些前期的沟通，包括去用一些就是之前做的一些效果或者是一些来去跟他做一些这种很详细的一些沟通，因为就是很多艺人是会建议这方面的一些就是在执行方面的一些对就是方式吧，所以但是他其实在我们经过沟通之后，他也是能就是完全配合100%配合我们这个工作，对，所以就他其实还蛮配合。
For this talent, he's basically communicate with the talent for the celebrities and the talent team before, and explain this how the 3D scan works and show him the work has done by using 3D scan before. So for this talent, he really understood what he's doing, and I really understand the projects very well. Yeah. So everything goes like smoothly.
Okay, thank you. I think I got it.
Thank you. That's right.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I think now our free discussion is over right now. And thanks again so much to Maik, Yambo, Wang Jing, Yang, Liu Xin, Quayola, and Louis. You gave us unbelievable, amazing presentation, and we have a really deep conversation. We talked a lot about the post-digital design methods, your unique manipulations with digital and physical tools, assets, and it's a really great and big topic about the metaverse and NFT. Unfortunately, we do not have much time to talk about that, but I think next time we'll have another seminar to talk about that kind of like futuristic things. Yeah, and thank you, and thanks again to our volunteers who help us to do streaming tonight. And we have over 13,000 audience join us tonight. And actually right now it's over 12 a.m. right now in China, and there are still over 3,000 audience with us. And so our Chinese students are very, very interested in our event, and they love your works so much. So I really want you to know that our audience love you so much. And thanks again to everyone. I think it is over right now.
And my say thank you to Liu Xin, Yuting, and Hu Peng, and also all the volunteers and all the guests. Thank you so much for the wonderful the dialogue and with a different perspective. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Likewise.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's also
Bye-bye.
very good.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Bye.